lápapọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Akin ọmọ Yorùbá lápapọ̀ tìlé tó kó ẹ̀mí àbọ̀ ẹ bá ń kọ́mọ Adéyẹmọ Chief Sunday Adéyẹmọ Ìgbòho orúkọ ńlá tí ń jámọ́ láyà bí àrá orúkọ tó ń dẹ́rù bo lórúkọ gan-an ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ má sùn o torí pé bùrà a kò lè fojú kégbodò láyé títa ríro lẹ̀dá ń kọlà wúrà tó máa dán alànà kọjá dandan o ọ̀wọ́n irin ní má bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ̀nà ẹ̀dá kan ò lè ṣì wá lọ́nà mọ́ ẹ jẹ́ àfìmọ̀ṣọ̀ kan ká lè débi re ẹ jẹ́ àjọ gbárùkù ti Sunday Ìgbòho ṣá ọmọ Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ nílùú Alágbàdo Òde ọmọ atapẹ̀tẹ̀ wọnú omi ọmọ gègèlè wodò sànyà ìsànyà ò rẹ́ràn bàbá yín láàrin ìdí omi kò sínà ń kán sí yín lẹ́nu ọmọ òkúta mẹ́ta òkè Ìgbòho ìkan ń ṣe yín ní dábọ̀dàbọ̀ ìkan ní mọ́ rọra ìkan tó kù nígbà tí wọ́n ò mọ̀ Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ kí ló dé Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ sí ọmọ òpópó sanran ìgbàgede Ìgbòho sùn wọn láláìsí bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọn ní kó ní bẹ̀rẹ̀ ó máa kó bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ ẹ̀sìn òní bímọ méjì ní Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ bẹ́sìn bá bímọ méjì ní Ìgbòho áfíkan pọpọ sí amúkan yòókù bọ sànyà àtúmúyà rẹ̀ tí ò lọ́rọ̀ gbọ́ àfiṣẹrù wálé wàrà mòjé ọmọ onílé ọlà àwọn àjòjì tó ń ṣe ségesège tọ́láwọn ò ní bomi kó sí mu wọ́n láwọn ò ní bomi sànyà wẹ́sẹ̀ ìgbà tójú kò fi rí ńkọ́ gbogbo wọn náà sáré bomi kó sí mu wọ́n sì bomi sànyà wẹ́sẹ̀ ọmọ abẹ́rẹ́ mẹ́ta òde ayé ọ̀kan ṣẹ́ ọ̀kan tẹ̀ ọ̀kan tó kù ní gbogbo ayé ti ránṣọ kiri gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá Sunday Ìgbòho onírèlẹ̀ láéláé torí àbá lásán nìkan ń dá òkúta ò ṣe gbé fún wọn o ìmọ̀ràn lásán ni ti balùwẹ̀ kò pọ́sibú kó dòdò láyé ń bí ó kún díẹ̀ kí tọ́ domi láéláyé ìtọ́ mi lè domi Sunday Ìgbòho arógun má ti bí tó ń jà fẹ́tọ̀ Yorùbá ní tilé tó kó.
Dadu, I live in this zoo, babu. I destroy you. Dadu, I live in this zoo, babu. I destroy you. Dadu, I live in this zoo, babu. I destroy you. Dadu, I live in this zoo, babu. I destroy you. Dadu, I live in this zoo, babu. I destroy you.
Again. No going back. Ìgbòho òòṣà iṣẹ́ rẹ̀ ń tẹ̀síwájú. Mr. Koiki ẹ ṣé o, àwọn ọmọ mi ló ń kí yín o. Àwọn ọmọ mi ló ń kí yín o. Lágbára Ọlọ́run, a máa délẹ̀ lérí o lórúkọ Jésù. Yorùbá nation.
Zadu, I live in the zoo, Babu.
And a very good morning and welcome once again to Koikimedia Live. These are live transmission. And it is the 29th day of March 2023. Moki Mubwa Nibikibiti Ebatin Bawati Atinwawa, and welcome once again to the live transmission. As we always say, Yoruba nation is non-negotiable, but the problem is people are asking why has it been delayed, and people are also making a lot of castigation and a lot of different accusation and all sorts. But probably maybe we need to remind you that Scotland is still not yet out of United Kingdom. In as much as we want Yoruba nation, not everybody wants it. We have millions of Yoruba people like Zazu that believes in Nigeria. Even if he has committed a crime, he still have his right to human right and dignity. But now that we all can see that Nigeria would have impact on your life at some point, whether you are rich, whether you are known within the society, whether you are not known within the society, you are likely to be affected in Nigeria. I don't care whatever he has done. If he has committed a crime, if he lives in UK, it does not matter whether he's a celebrity, which he is, he must be penalized for whatever. But the only difference is dignity is no longer in Nigeria. And I'm happy that more Nigerians will see these. This is just the beginning. You have 4 years. That is if Nigeria does not collapse before then. And if Nigeria remains as it is not a cause. Let me take a bit of what Zazu was saying there. Once again, a very good morning, good afternoon. Let's hear it one more time. Ní ṣoríire tó sọ yẹn. I use that word here a lot of time, and sometimes a lot of you will probably say my utterance is just too violent. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ yín ẹ̀ ń wá soft pedal, and that's why we are still where we are today. Ẹ̀ ń wá soft landing. Everybody lives in denial. Packaging ní gbogbo ẹ̀. Mo sọ fún yín kò ń ṣèpè ẹ lè ṣoríire nínú Nàìjíríà. Ẹgbọ́n kan tó náà sọ, ó ní ẹ̀ ní ṣoríire, àwọn ló ń bá sọ̀rọ̀, ó ń bá rẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ tí kò mọ̀. Tí bá jókòó síbi tí mo ní kò ń ṣe pé èpè ẹ lè ṣoríire nínú Nàìjíríà, because Nigeria is a curse itself. Kò ń ṣe lẹ́ni lọ́ti curse Nigeria. Nigeria has been cursed probably 200 years ago, because àwọn òyìnbó ló kó wa lẹ́rú for more than years tá tẹ̀lé sọ pé èyí ọdún báyìí. Ẹ mọyì àwọn grandfathers wa tó dà sínú mi, àwọn tó survive. There were people like me and you níjọ́ náà lọ́hùn ní 17th century 18th century lójú ẹ̀ ó dàbí ìgbà tó pẹ́ tá bá ní 17th century some of you think it's like is a long time. People were living like we are living. Wọ́n dẹ̀ dé níjọ́ kan wọ́n kó wọn lẹ́rú. Ẹ wá ní ẹ láwọn ọba wọn ti ní káyé máa bá àwọn ọba mọ́ ni. Some of them sold us out as well. Àwa wá ń wá kí ilẹ̀ yẹn kó ṣe àǹfààní fún wa. How? How do you expect such to happen? But because we live in packaging lies. Tabade wá sí ibà tí bá sọ pé this platform is all about tabatija. You can see him there. It's boiling. And it's just a matter of time before he explodes, and he has probably maybe 20 people and they will explode. I just need about 5 people to my explode, to my dawala esile. I don't need a lot of people. I don't have to come to Nigeria. You can say that it's going to happen itself. It's just a matter of time. Oh, build up. Let me ask this question. Ṣé wọ́n lè lọ bá e-money bó ṣe lọ bá Zazu? Ṣé ọlọ́pàá lè lọ wọnú ilé e-money àbí kó lọ wọ business venture bó ṣe lọ bá Zazu? I'm not saying whatever Zazu has done is right or wrong. Even if he's a criminal under the law of Nigeria. Ṣé wọ́n lè lọ bá man tó ń pè ní e-money bó ṣe lọ bá Zazu? Ṣé ọlọ́pàá lè lọ bá Délé Momodu bó ṣe lọ bá Zazu? And you can see the injustice that is just being played out. He's a celebrity, he's a star of his own. Whether we like the way he speaks or the way he does his own things. Icon òun náà fúnra rẹ̀. He himself is an icon in today's society, whether we like the way he does his own thing, just like some of you don't like the way I do my own thing. And that's why I say, don't compare me with any other platform, because if you believe with Tabatija, we are just joking. Diplomacy, it's going to take us a long time, and we're not going to get anywhere. Ṣé wọ́n lè lọ bá Délé ṣọlọ́pàá lè wọ ilé kó lọ bá Délé Momodu bó ṣe lọ bá Zazu? What makes him different in the society? Ṣé wọ́n lè lọ bá Obi Kubana bó ṣe lọ bá Zazu? So it is just a matter of time. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà nílé, ẹ máa explode. Ẹ máa explode. And my own job is to help you to expand it. You can sit anywhere and point finger. Yeah, by Yoruba nation. It's because gbogbo yín ò dìde. Gbogbo yín kọ́ lẹ dìde. Zazu ò dìde nígbà tá à ń pariwo Yoruba nation. He still believes in Nigeria. Mo rò pé kọrin kan kó tẹ̀ fún wa ní lyrics kan tó sọ pé Yoruba nation, because he believes in Nigeria. I'm pariwo listen. They are going to come back for him. It's not the end of it. Nigerian police does not like to be disrespected. That video has gone viral. They will come back for him again. And they would accuse him just as IGBOHO was accused. I'm sure he was aware that they went to Chief's house, they wanted to assassinate him. Kí ni Chief ń jà fún? Àwọn wo ni Chief ń jà fún? Àwọn èèyàn ẹ̀ tó ń pa, àwọn èèyàn tó ń disrespect. Ṣé Zazu ò sí lára àwọn tí Chief ń jà fún? But kò rí now. As far as this is concerned, he can travel to London. I think he was in London recently. I didn't have the opportunity to see him, but I was able to monitor and feel his energy here in London. You know, calm, you know. He's a very, very good, talented guy. ó ti lọ Dubai ó dà pé ó ti lọ àwọn olóbi méjì kan ó dà pé Amẹ́ríkà nìkan lẹ̀ tí gbé wá bí ẹṣin bá ṣe bó ṣe máa package visa yẹn tó máa dá Amẹ́ríkà but gbogbo yín mo sọ fún yín ká tó dé Yorùbá nation yẹn ìjọkíjọ tó bá máa jẹ́ ẹ jẹ mo yóò yà ẹ ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ bọ̀ lápò ni Nigerian economy is dead gone long time ago kò lè wá revive ẹ dẹ̀ máa jẹra yín lójoojúmọ́ ẹ máa jẹra yín in different ways different kódà ìyàwó ẹlòmíì gan wàá máa bá sùn wàá tún máa wàá máa sọ fún pé wàá máa fàtẹ́gùn sí ìyàwó ẹlòmíì tó jẹ́ neighbor ẹ wàá máa bá sùn àbí kọ́ máa bá tiẹ̀ sùn ìkànnì méjèèjì ni níbi tọ́rọ̀ dé nísìn ní Nàìjíríà inú compound wàá kọ́ rí pé ìyá bùnmi ti wọlé wọ́n ti gba sí fún ti jáde ní the other side because ó fẹ́ gba 100 naira àbí 500 naira àbí 1000 naira nítorí pé ìwọ máa lé ọkùnrin tó sọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation ó ní strength Nàìjíríà ti pa ẹ́ Nigeria is a deadly country that has killed us kò ń ṣe lẹ́ni ni ó ń pa wá díẹ̀díẹ̀ àwa kan filẹ̀ my mom felt it 1991 1991 ìyá tèmi ti yá dànù ìwọ lórí burúkú máa lè wọ́n sọ fẹ́ mi pé mi come back up kí mo fẹ́ wá ṣe nílé. My mom left Nigeria in 1991 when your own parents were still hoping for Nigeria. Mom sì tèmi sọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation ní 1991 o wọ́ọ̀ tí ì ṣe election MKO Abiola ni mom sì tèmi ti sá kúrò Nigeria wíìrì ọ̀dẹ̀. Wọ́ọ̀ tí ì ṣe 1993 election my mom ti ya dànù ó ti sá lọ because ó ti rí katẹ́lẹ̀ she's been to 23 countries around the world and she has already felt that bí ìlú ìṣe ń lọ tó o bá wà nínú ìlú yìí òun àtàwọn ọmọ òun àwọn máa sọ́fà ni púpọ̀ ní ti ń sọ́fà báyìí. A lot of you are suffering. But because we are still seeing that country as something wọ́n tí ì ṣe 1993 election ní mọ̀ sí tèmi ti kúrò ní Nàìjíríà 1991 ló gbọ́n pálí ẹ̀dà pé náà tóun bá máa survive pẹ̀lú àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ òun gbọ́dọ̀ jáde kúrò nínú ìlú yìí. These were women that were traveling with about $100,000 as at that time most of people know say my mom lost $20,000 ní 1980 last born wa nìkan lọ bí sí bíbá ìyẹn lèmi ṣe ń jìyà immigration nísìn because àwọn ní foresight pé Nàìjíríà máa dáa nígbà tí wọ́n ń bí wa tówó ń bẹ ṣùkúrẹ̀ owó gidi wà lọ́wọ́ wọn last born wa nìkan lọ wá bí sí UK ní 1980 Margaret Thatcher ló cancel òfin yẹn wọ́n ṣe pé wọ̀lú wa tó bá yẹ kó bí èmi náà sí bíbá ẹni èmi náà máa ti ní British passport as far back as 1978 ni máa ti ní British passport ọ̀dẹ̀ but ẹni tí ó wá rí foresight ẹni 1991 bó ṣe ń lọ pé tó o bá dó sí ìlú yìí máa sọ̀hún di ọlọ́mọ ẹ̀kọ́ máa lọ tọrọ jẹ and that's what a lot of you are doing right now and people like Zazu want me to feel sympathy for him orí ọ̀pẹ rárá. How do I want to feel sympathy for somebody that did not feel sympathy fún Ìgbòho nígbà tó fẹ́ lọ pa Ìgbòho sínú ilé kò tẹ̀ jáde pé kí ló dé kí ni bàbá yìí ṣe kó tẹ̀ release lyrics kan fún Ìgbòho pé kí ló dé now kó tẹ̀ má buy into the ideology but because òun náà ń bá wọn òbí Cubana ń bá wọn polówó àgúnmùwèrè tí gbogbo wọn jọ ń mu. So ó feel pé òun náà wà important in society but ó ti gbàgbé pé society yẹn is a crazy society that does not respect human rights and you want me to feel for him? Ó tẹ̀ máa dúpẹ́ tán yẹn níbọn àhópò ní àjẹsára ṣá. They are coming back for you and when they come back they will deal with you because ó ti gbé wọn síbi tí wọ́n ò fẹ́. That is what the Nigerian doesn't want especially that crazy police. Wọ́n padà bọ̀ fún ẹ. Wọ́n máa deal pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ tó o bá deal pẹ̀lú òun wà á deal pẹ̀lú àwọn tó wà ní surroundings ẹ̀ they are coming back wà á jẹ́ kátẹ́gùn tó fẹ́ sílẹ̀ díẹ̀ but nígbà táwọn máa deal pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ yẹn wà á kó ẹ̀sùn bó ṣe kó síwájú bàbá wa Sunday Igboho wà á kó ẹ̀sùn sí ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ kódà ẹ̀mí àfẹ́ bọ́. That is the Nigeria that some of you want. It's just the beginning. Ẹ mọ̀ pé Buhari ò tí ì ṣe tán ní gbogbo ilé ìṣìn ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹn jẹ́ kí Tinubu wọlé ẹ jẹ́ mo yóò yà. Ẹ mọ̀ tó ń pè ní restriction of media ẹ wọ́n tó ń bá Arise TV fà Hosseini Rufai ìyẹn àwọn tó jẹ́ coordinator Tinubu in the media. A lot of you keep asking me questions. Koiki ta ló kú, ẹ̀yin ẹ máa wòran ti yín. But one thing is, kò sí tó fẹ́ pamọ́ nínú ayé tá gbé nísìnyí o, tí nǹkan kan ò ní jáde. Ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ṣe ń sọ pé ẹ̀yin náà wà láàrin wa, bẹ́ẹ̀ bó ṣe ń fẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ yìí, bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ṣe ń sọ làwa náà ń gbọ́rùn ẹ̀. Àwa ń wò yìí. I don't have to give any more details. Èmi á máa fi kóòdì sọ̀rọ̀. Àwọn tí mò ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ó yé wọn. And don't give yourself high blood pressure. I've not mentioned anybody pé èèyàn kan ló kú, pé ẹni korúkọ mo kúkú dárúkọ. Mo ń béèrè pé who died, ta ló kú ni mo ṣì ń béèrè. Ẹ̀dẹ̀ ń bi mí pé èmi náà ń bi wọ́n pé ta ló kú, ẹ sọ fún wa ẹni tó kú. Ẹni tó kú yẹn ni káwọn sọ fún wa. Àwọn táwa ń bá sọ̀rọ̀, ẹ̀yin ṣẹ́rí ẹ̀yin public kọ́ lè mi bá sọ. I'm not dealing with the public anymore. I am dealing with the higher side. Èmi bí wọ́n ní béèrè, èmi dẹ̀ fẹ́ kọ́ release statement. Ó kù díẹ̀ ni. I'm not dealing with my followers. Àwọn tẹ́mi bá sọ̀rọ̀, wọ́n mọ̀. Wọ́n wà, mo sọ fún yín pé Sultan of Sokoto, ó ní media, bí ṣe wà live by, they're watching it right there in Sokoto State. Ẹ mọ ọjà tá à ń jà. Tẹ́ bá mọ ọjà tá à ń jà ni, you will know that there's a lot of risk. And that's why sometimes I don't give room for all those nonsense people, because ẹ̀yin ò sínú risk náà, àwa là wà nù risk. Ṣé ìwọ wà nù risk? Ta ló mú ẹ rí? Wọ́n ṣáàrí ẹ ìbíwọ́ kàn kọ́mẹ́ǹtì ni, ó kàn ń pè ní, bọ̀tá ló rójú wọ ta, ó mọ ibi tí gbogbo ojú tèmi wà, ó mọ ibi tó ń forúkọ wá sí lójoojúmọ́. Tó bá jẹ́ pé à ní àwọn ìyàwó tó dáa àti ìyá tó dúró tán. So, mo ṣe ń béèrè ni, so ẹ̀yin ò ní láti worry, àwọn tèmi bá sọ̀rọ̀, ó ti mẹ́sẹ̀jì ẹ ti yé wọn. Is he dead ni mo ṣe béèrè. Is he yẹn, it could be anybody, ẹ̀yin ẹ má worry. Àwọn táwa ń communicate pẹ̀lú, I don't send the code. Ẹ mọ̀ pé Russia àti China àti America, olúkálukú ló ń fi code sọ̀rọ̀. You don't expect Joe Biden to come out now and say blah 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 blah. No, they don't do like that. Code ló fi ń bára wọn sọ̀rọ̀. And the World War III ó ń load lọ́wọ́. Ẹ mọ̀ pé ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation lẹ́yìn gbé dání. In tó ń rún lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní gbogbo Ukraine lọ́hùn yẹn, bẹ̀rẹ̀ ń rún burúkú, ó kù díẹ̀. And you want me to have sympathy for Zazu? I just laugh. It's very funny to me. At least, justify pé when we say Nigeria is a zoo, kò ń ṣe zoo ni. If òun náà fúnra rẹ̀ sọ nísìn, ẹ ní ṣoríire, òun gan fúnra rẹ̀ tí ṣoríire ní Nàìjíríà. He thinks egun tó ń rà yìí, owó òun ló ń fi rà. Kí ló kọ ọlọ́pàá pẹ̀lú gbogbo tó rà? Nigeria is at the verge of breakup. But àwọn tó fẹ́ jẹ́ kó break, òun náà lélẹ́yìí. Ó kọrin fún PDP, ó kọrin fún APC, ó tún kọrin fún Accord. So lọ́kàn is still hoping that it can hold people and say, ẹ wá support the political party. And that is why I don't have any pity for any of them. Because everyone in that messed up country, you are all living in darkness. Darkness. I don't think Zazu was able to tell us that he did anything for these, our sister. Àwọn ò rí pé ìyà ń jẹ mẹ̀kúnnù. Àwọn wà okay now, tara chẹ́chẹ́ kéèké kan wọlé sí lára. Ó bó ṣe wà nísìn, probably he has about maybe 20M nínú account ẹ̀, you know. So he's a big boy in his own capacity, in his own level. He's a big boy. But he's not thinking about the people within the other side. But one day, everybody will get the message. It's just about when and how soon. Messages like this.
orí driver yẹn ló wú lọ́gbọ́n tó ti rí orúkọ bóyá nọ́mbà bóyá ọtí ẹni lẹ́yìn ẹ̀gbọ́n ṣáà fàdúrà ẹ̀sìn wọlé ọkọ mi ò balẹ̀ má sọ fẹ́ níbodì tó ní mo mọ̀ sí ìlú masáré lọ fún yọba àti lórí ọmọ àwọn akéjì ṣe mi ṣe yẹyẹ tí kòkó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ kì í ṣe ààrẹ.
I'm sure Zazu was aware that our sister was killed in Lagos. But kò kàn náà, gbà tí kò tí dọ́dọ̀ tó. He has justified that he lives in the zoo, so it's just a matter of time. Koikimedia Live, Wednesday, 29th day. We are 1 hour into Star Radio UK, and we're just looking at different situation report. Nigeria will come to you if you don't go to him. Nigeria is just waiting to sink every one of us emotionally, spiritually, education, and in other countries around the world. As we speak right now, France, Jerusalem, kò lálàáfíà. But because we are not yet ready, like I said, I don't have sympathy for Zazu because they are all part of the system that doesn't want Nigeria to break.
If you don't allow we Biafrans to go, that zoological republic called Nigeria will be a worse place than Somalia, and today it is happening. And if you have not applied for your Somalian visa, please try and do so. Should I say Somali visa? Try and do so as quickly as possible, because the zoo is on the path of destruction, and there is nothing man can do to reverse it. Mark today's date and what I'm telling you. Nigeria will be destroyed beyond human comprehension.
Impediment to Yoruba development is the impediment to Oodua development. Without Nigeria, we won't be where we are. 1962, we were far ahead of South Korea and North Korea. We were far ahead of China even. We had television before France. We had radio before South Africa. Now look at where we are today. I think it's a shame that even any Yoruba man can be talking about restructuring at this point in time. What are we restructuring? This country that is already shot to pieces? I don't think that's what we want. But they are always talking about giving Nigeria a chance. The patience of Yoruba with Nigeria has come to an end.
Ṣùgbọ́n lásìkò tá a wà yìí, nǹkan kan ṣẹlẹ̀ tí mo dẹ̀ ní láti.
Sorry about that. I didn't know where that was coming from. I think I've managed to take it out. A very good morning and welcome. Mo kí gbogbo yín pátápátá láìfẹ́ nìkan kan sílẹ̀. Gbogbo yín ni mo ti rí. Gbogbo yín mothers wa. Ramadan Kareem to all our Muslim brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum. Mo kí ẹ̀yin Mùsùlùmí, mo kí ẹ̀yin Babaláwo. Mo kí ẹ̀yin politicians wa. Nigerians will come out and react at the appropriate time. Let's take you to France, where there's a lot happening as we speak right now. And the reason for that is because of the pension reform. And France is burning. France pension protest, another day of mayhem and violence. I've told you there's nothing like peaceful things around the world. It is all violent. And if violence doesn't play in anything, then we are not yet there. Violence is going on in France, but in Africa, we have been told, do not go through that same route. As I take you through to France, I want us to understand that nobody is ready to let anybody to go. It is now entirely up to us when we are ready to go. Nigerians can live in denial and keep saying that nothing is going to happen. This is currently France, as you can see right there. They are not waiting for anybody. They are asking for their right. These are youths, just like you back in Nigeria. Àwọn ọ̀dọ́ ló jáde, and they are asking for one thing. Their right must be respected. They are determined. It is not the first time that we are seeing French Revolution. But in Africa, in Nigeria, everybody just go and sit down and wait for a miracle. You are waiting. What's going on here? Why is this blocked? Once again, a very good morning and welcome to the live transmission.
Compte tenu de la mobilisation qui ne sévit pas, comme on l'a décidé en intersyndical, on a proposé une nouvelle fois au gouvernement et surtout au président de la République de suspendre son projet et de nommer une médiation. Comme dans tout conflit social dans les entreprises, quand il y a un conflit qui dure, eh bien, on essaie de trouver une solution.
The question is, ṣáwọn eléyìí ní orí méjì? Why is it that in our own part of the globe, àwa máa ń dúró láti jẹ́ kí èèyàn kan wá sọ fún wa pé nǹkan báyìí ló yẹ ká ṣe, when we should know what we should be doing? Around the world, people come out and defend what they believe in. But today, Nigerians are not yet ready for such. But I know it's just a matter of time. Once again, a very good morning and welcome, as it's just almost 10 a.m. in London, England precisely, where the transmission is coming from. And this is Spain, from the information. Okay, sorry, I'm mixing it up. I'm actually watching. There's another protest going on in Spain. I just saw that from one of our team posted that. There's a lot happening around the world. So this is again is France.
Pacifique qui ne passe pas, et aujourd'hui la population est de plus en plus tentée par la violence. Donc ça c'est malheureux, mais on déplore, c'est uniquement dû à la non-écoute de notre présidence.
And it's not just in France alone that situation is happening. We're also getting report that if you go to Spain, Kenya, there's a lot of protests going on as we speak right now in Kenya. So let's look at this video that one of our team, this again is Spain, Lily. These ones are asking for peace in Ukraine. There will not be peace because people are making money. And as you can see, the event was held simultaneously in 9 countries across Europe. There can never be peace because people are making money from the weapon sales as well. Once again, we come back out. This is the current situation as we speak right now. But let's go to Jerusalem. It seems that Netanyahu, the president, is now calming down a little bit. Israel right-wing protests attack Palestine in Jerusalem. Once again, protest. You're live on Koikimedia. 22 minutes ago, Netanyahu have now suspended judicial reform as the protests to rage on. Pro and anti-government protests were going on in Jerusalem. Labor Union Council planned strike after Netanyahu's announcement. And you can now see that the government is listening. The reason why the Nigerian government is not listening is because the Nigerian youth have not done what it takes to hold them accountable. A lot of people are still looking at, what happened during the EndSARS? No, until you force the government to come to round table with you. And just as Awata and Fe Yoruba nation, it is not going to come to us as easy as a lot of us are thinking. And if you're thinking that it's going to come to you as very, very easy, we are waiting. Especially the other side that continue to give false information and false narrative that Yoruba nation that you think is going to happen. This is the current update. The Prime Minister, Netanyahu, have now suspended the judicial reform and will not lead Israel to civil war. Did you hear that? Ẹ̀gbọ́n kan tó sọ sí bíbá ó ní òun ò ní lead Israel lọ sínú civil war, but already the federal government of Nigeria is leading Nigeria to another civil war. As much as a lot of you doesn't like to hear that, there is no way that could see another civil war in Nigeria, whether we like it or not. Ìgbà tó fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ la mọ̀, but it's going to happen. Whether we say, mo bógun ṣe fẹ́ rí, yeah, people are going to die. Things are going to be destroyed. But the only way all this can stop is when we come out in our millions and demand what we demand and what we want. But tá a bá ti go through a very, very massive protest to shut down and ask for our demand, ẹ lọ kọ sílẹ̀, ogun máa bẹ́lẹ̀ nínú Nàìjíríà, kò sọ́gbọ́n ẹ̀. I don't know when. Àwọn tí wọ́n ní òye nírú àwọn eléyìí, because ó mọ̀ pé bí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ṣe ń lọ, ó lè lọ di civil war. Ẹ gbọ́ statement tó kọ sí bíbá. I will not lead Israel into another civil war. Once again, a very good afternoon and a very good evening. Bear with me. I'm not sure why one of my system, I want to double check whether it's the same problem with the Facebook this morning. But Awatawanle, we live in denial. This is France. Let's go back to France again.
Là de dire il y a des casseurs pour foncer, pour taper dans le tas, pour insulter les gens, pour balancer des lacrymos, des grenades, des armes qui sont considérées comme des armes de guerre. Amnesty International nous condamne, la Cour des droits de l'homme nous condamne. Il y a plein de pays qui expriment des inquiétudes. Il y a même des gens qui sont avec les manifestants appelés d'en exécuter. Enfin, c'est la honte au niveau international. Et moi, la violence dont j'ai peur, c'est celle des policiers. J'ai pris des masques chirurgicaux de l'hôpital et des gouttes du sérum physiologique pour les yeux parce que je sais qu'on va se prendre des lacrymos, et ce, avant la fin de la manif.
You're expecting that something like this shouldn't be happening, but in reality, it is happening. We'll come back to them in just about a few minutes again. Let's come back to Netanyahu. Kí ló force Netanyahu láti suspend the judicial reform? Kí ló dé tí Netanyahu sọ pé òun ò fẹ́ lead Israel lọ sí civil war? It's because of so many protests that has occurred in the last few days and weeks. And let me take you to some of those protests. Let's go to Jerusalem. Israel right-wing protests attack Palestine in Jerusalem. That's another issue. That one is ongoing. Mass protests against judicial reform. Let's watch this. I do not own the copyright, but let's listen to it.
Protesters have been aiming to do in particular with regards to the Knesset plenum, who was voting on more judicial reforms in the country, something that has completely divided and polarized the entire Jewish state. At the moment, here in Azza Street in the capital, Jerusalem, the same street where Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has a private residence, the protests culminated, where many of them are saying that they are the working class, they are the middle class, and on a day like today where they should have been working and instead they are here protesting, if the economy collapses because they're not working, the government will need to listen to them then. Prime Minister...
Did you hear that? When the economy collapsed, the government would have to listen to them. But talk about a crumble economy in Nigeria. A lot of you are always saying, hey, my question then is, if we are saying that two ways, Nigerians are still that Nigeria is going to work, it's entirely up to them to come out and also protest. But what about our Yoruba nation? Why are we laid back? It's because there's just too many interference to make sure that energy that if you protest here, they will continue to tell you, oh, I might teach you because one more with about it jade àgbáyé máa dá sí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. Àwọn ò dẹ̀ fẹ́ ká àgbáyé dá sí. That's why they're slowing everything down. And they're giving us all kind of different reasons. Ẹ má ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀, ẹ slow down, Ọlọ́run ti ní ká má ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. But knowing fully well that if we do not come out now, we will continue to see ourselves in danger. Once again, this is Koikimedia Live as we continue to review all the news around the world. Let's go back to Jerusalem.
Addressed the nation earlier in the evening, but didn't really touch on the judicial reforms nor any attempt at negotiations. What he did touch on was the very protests happening behind me.
Protest gone in one of the biggest tools. How about it protest? Don't you protest in your 300 and so we're talking about 1,000. 1,000 protests against judicial reforms. Eventually, the international news will pick on it, and that will be a problem for the federal government. But some of us do not want such. We are looking for Yoruba nation to come to us in a very, very slight and easy way. And there's nothing going to be easy. On the ground, whether you like it or not. Israel to whatever support, if you support spiritually or whatever it is, financially. But àwa ò fẹ́ ṣe yẹn, but à ń gbàdúrà pé Ọlọ́run jẹ́ ká rí ọ̀nà kọjá, ìrọ̀lẹ́ pa ọ̀nà kankan lè kọjá, because Nigeria is not going to work. We are all living in denial. Once again, 29th day of March 2023. Koikimedia Live. Let's go back.
I know that there are among you who passionately support reform, and I know that there are also citizens who oppose the reform.
Two ways, Nikolaye. Some will say, no, Koiki, we don't want Nigeria to break. That is one section. And another section say we want Nigeria to break. And another section say no, we don't. So, but until the people push, but we don't want to push our government, and you're looking for reforms, you're looking for the good Nigeria, you must be joking. By now, Nigeria should be extremely hot. But the reason that it's not hot is still the same reason that the Yoruba nation is still very, very, will slow down. Because if the energy, time before, last 2 years, so different things and blackmailing and propaganda. Hey, one ṣiṣẹ́ fún Tinubu ni, one ṣiṣẹ́ fún Atiku ni, one ṣiṣẹ́ fún Peter Obi ni. But yet nobody has any concrete evidence to such. But the whole idea is just to destroy the movement. And now that the movement has slowed down, everybody, Mr. Koiki, give me a way out. You don't come and ask me, give me a way out. I have told you the way out for the last 3 years. tẹ́mi bá sọ pé way out kò mí pé etí bàbá Akíntóyè ń sọ agree pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ but ẹ̀yin náà actually push message yẹn síta by going out in protest but we are waiting and waiting and waiting and dúró tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá send owó sí wa tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá fún wa ní kankan and at the end of the day we wait and see ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà nínú ilé ẹ̀yin lẹ máa jìyà tó pọ̀ jù ẹ wá tì wá sójú no ìyẹn kankan tí anybody anywhere in every movement people continue to fight people continue to ask questions people continue to make a push even Wales tó jẹ́ ìlú tó fẹ́ kúrò lára UK wọ́n sì ń jà Scotland tó jẹ́ lára UK wọ́n sì ń jà ìjà táwọn kan ń jà ó yàtọ̀ sí báwa ṣe ń jà ní May 6 àwọn ará Scotland tún máa jáde in their millions láti béèrè fún right to self-determination. Their new leader, which is the new prime minister. I want to show you a video I posted just before I started this program. Let's listen to this. Ará Wales sọ pé àwọn làwọn lómi, àwọn làwọn lose.
Already exports of 320 million litres of water a day over the border to England. And
àwọn fún England ní over 300 billion litres of water. But owó omi lọ́dọ̀ tí wọ́n ní Wales ó wà exorbitant. But táwa bá dẹ̀ sọ pé no ẹ má ká ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká gbalẹ̀ tiwa ká lè control resources wa kí ayé wa lè nítumọ̀ ẹni ẹ̀ fi jáde from protest. So ọ̀nà wo lẹ fẹ́ gbà? Forget about diplomacy. Ọ̀rọ̀ diplomacy ò lè fix ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation a lè fi diplomacy gbà. Tó bá ń sọ pé a máa fi diplomacy gbà àwọn òfin sọ fún yín pé ó máa di gbàgbós ká tó lè bá ni. Don't expect Baba Akíntóyè and IGBOHO to come out and say if you diplomacy èmi lè sọ yẹn I'm not speaking on their behalf now I'm speaking as my own platform as a media tí kò bá di iṣu atayanyan tó bá scatter àgbà Yorùbá nation irọ́ là ń pa fúnra wa Yorùbá nation yẹn àkọ́ máa sọ pa fún ìgbà ni ó dẹ̀ máa pẹ́ because diplomacy àwọn Western Sahara láti in the 70s lọ tí náà fẹ́ gba country wọn ó ẹ̀ tí rí gbà ó láti in the 70s ní Western Sahara lọ tí sọ fún àwọn fẹ́ gba country wọn àwọn ìlú ẹ̀ sápá mi lórí nísìnyí I remember.
Perspective, the total water needs of Wales itself is only just about.
Only omi táwọn ń lò a day is just 800 million litres.
100 million litres a day, and yet we get a pittance for that.
Pittance! Only àwọn gba pittance. They are only getting £7 billion annually. Just the same way the Scottish are saying that we are not making headways. We are the one losing. Remember this image. Where is it now? Where is it now? Where is it? Scotland. Scotland. Not the video, not the letter. Okay, I don't know where that is. I have it somewhere on my. Once again, okay, what? Nigeria has to break. If it doesn't break, politicians will just continue to play on our intelligence. All right, I'm going to come back to that. Let's go back to this one.
£1 annually coming to Wales, not a fair price for this incredibly precious resource.
Resource.
A fair price, of course, that would mean that we could lower the bills to people in Wales where we face.
Tó bá jẹ́ pé àwọn làwọn ní control mi ẹ because the control is no longer under the Wales, it's under the UK system because they're all one body, but every one of them wants to be separated. UK fẹ́ kúrò lára Wales fẹ́ kúrò lára that union. Àwọn Scotland náà fẹ́ kúrò lára that union. And the new minister tó jẹ́ ti Scottish ó náà máa request fún another referendum. Àwọn ò ní jáde láti protest àwọn náà jáde láti protest but ṣe rí stage táwa ṣì wà táwọn bá jáde dáadáa fún massive shutdown tí port ò ní ṣiṣẹ́ airport ò ní ṣiṣẹ́ tí a máa crumble economy bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo sọ tá a bá dé stage yẹn ìrọ̀lá ń pa we are not going anywhere. Àkọ́ máa jáde a máa ṣe program lójoojúmọ́ títí tó máa fi di pé ẹ máa ready. In around the world, people that want to break away from a particular country or that want a better system, you will come out and demand it in a very, very big scale. But we are not ready yet. And that is why we will continue to say we want Yoruba nation, but the Yoruba nation is not coming to us anytime soon. Mokimba Baba Prophet John Ogundele.
The highest water bills in the UK. We could invest in our water infrastructure where we're having huge issues in terms of the release of sewage into our rivers, etc. It's about getting a fair price and having control over our own.
Having control of our own resources. And one of the control resources in one. Under the 1999 fraudulent constitution, we are not the one controlling. Yeah, this is what I've been looking for. Sorry. You can see. Tí àwọn ará Scotland bá ṣì wà pẹ̀lú UK, their bill, owó gas bill wọn is going to be costing them 4,279 every year. But tó bá dá dúró because àwọn làwọn ní gas yẹn, wọ́n máa reduce the price fún àwọn aráàlú. Ìdí tí a ṣe ń jẹ́, mo sọ fún ẹ, forget about ó lè ṣoríire nínú Nàìjíríà because resources tó yẹ ká lò kò sí lọ́wọ́ wa mọ́. Resources yẹn ti wà lọ́wọ́ àwọn ẹlòmíì tó ń control on our behalf. And that is why we are saying that we cannot live in Nigeria when our land resources tó jẹ́ kó jẹ́ ti ilẹ̀ Yorùbá is now being controlled by the federal government. Federal government ló ń control resources yẹn. And that is why today we are going nowhere because Nigeria is holding that. Nigeria ló di resources yẹn mú. Gbogbo resources ilẹ̀ Yorùbá láàárọ̀ yìí nísìn is in the hands of the federal government. And forget about it. Ẹ sọ pé okay, Tinubu débẹ̀ nísìn. Òun náà ó máa control resources. No, kò lè control resources because the 1999 constitution ti bind ẹ̀ pé Tinubu ò lè change the resources ẹ̀ pé ó dá Ọ̀yọ́ state governor má bínú ó dá ẹ máa lọ lo resources yẹn. Ìwọ ló ní resources. Máa make sure pé resources yẹn o máa fún government padà ní probably 10%, 20%. But gbogbo 80% tó kù máa make sure pé ẹ fi ń tọ́jú gbogbo 33 local government tó ń bẹ ní Ọ̀yọ́ state láti Akínyẹlé, Àfijó, Ẹgbẹ́dá, Ìbàdàn north, Ìbàdàn north east, Ìbàdàn south east, Ìdó, Ìrẹ́pọ̀, Ìsẹ́yìn, Kájọlà, Lágelú, Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ north, Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ south, Ìbàràpá central, Ìbàràpá east, Àtìbà, Àtìsbó, Ọ̀yọ́ west, Ṣakí east, Ìtẹ̀síwájú, Ìwájọwà, Ìbàdàn north west, Ìbàdàn north, Ògbólúwa, Ọlọ́runṣọ́, Sùúrùlérè, Oríire, Ọ̀rẹ́lọ́pẹ́, Ọ̀nàrà, Olúyọlé, gbogbo bẹ̀rẹ̀ dàbí ilé ẹ̀gbẹ́ nísìnyí because resources tó yẹ kó fi tọ́jú bẹ̀ ó wà lọ́wọ́ federal government òmùgọ̀. Àwa ní kẹ́ jáde, wọ́n wá ní ẹ fẹ́ jáde but ẹ fẹ́ gba country ìyàn kan nìyẹn. Àwọn Nigerians ní a fẹ́ protest but a fẹ́ jẹ́ kí Nàìjíríà kó dáa. Wọ́n wá ní kẹ́ wá sí church kẹ́ wá máa gbàdúrà fún Nàìjíríà torí pórí ọ̀pẹ. Àwọn tó ní kẹ́ máa lọ sí church àti mọ́ṣáláṣí àtàwọn oníṣẹ̀ṣe they are all criminals. Ó yẹ ká máa lock gbogbo wọn sínú prison. Every one of anybody tó bá sọ pé pray for one Nigeria ó yẹ ká lock wọn sínú prison until tá máa fi gba Yorùbá nation because they are part of the people that is holding you back. But ní àwọn ìlú tó kù àwọn ń jáde in tó lè mú Netanyahu sọ pé òun ò fẹ́ jẹ́ kí civil war wá sí Israel nítorí pé ó mọ̀ pé bí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ṣe ń lọ ó máa di gbàsgbòs. Òun ló ṣe jáde wá sọ̀rọ̀.
With the same fervor, there are red lines that must not be crossed, and it doesn't matter how deep and turbulent and soul-shaking it is. The sharp and clear red line is appropriate.
Then sori pé èdè ìlú ẹ̀ ló ń sọ kò sọ English because kí ló kàn pẹ̀lú English? They are not English-speaking country. Tí wèrè gọ́vnà yín àwọn olè àwọn 419 Akérédolú nísìn tó bá máa bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ nísìn á máa sọ òyìnbó pẹ̀tẹ̀pẹ̀tẹ̀. Òyìnbó ló máa fi àdírẹ́sì yín knowing fully well pínlẹ̀ Yorùbá ni the same thing goes to Ọ̀yọ́ state governor. The same thing goes to Sanwo-Olu. The same thing goes to the guy man in Ogun State and the rest. And Mori Adeleke àti Raufu. Ẹ̀yin máa para yín fáwọn méjèèjì. Lórí bó ṣe ń jó tán yọkùn tán lẹ̀dí mọ́ra wọn. They are all criminals. Wọ́n mọ̀ pé ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ní èdè Yorùbá ló yẹ ká máa fi communicate pẹ̀lú àwọn èèyàn wa. But nítorí pé English táwọn olòṣì olórí burúkú Gẹ̀ẹ́sì tó gbé fún wa tá à ń lò òun ló kó bá wa léde nísìn. And àwọn sọ fún wa pé ká play very ẹ má jà o. Ẹ jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn dìbò. Gbogbo yín ti dìbò tán nísìnyàn máa lè. Ẹ jẹ́ àná ẹ̀ lè ṣoríire nínú Nàìjíríà kò ń ṣépè. Ẹ máa jẹra yín lẹ́sẹ̀, ẹ máa mú ẹ̀jára yín, ẹ máa para yín, ẹ máa sábàra yín. Àwa máa sọ just as ọmọ àlélẹ̀ don't show my anyway, but at the end of the day they are just ewele nisin. Well, I mean, look at it. Tó bá jẹ́ pé Zazu jáde nísìn kó sọ pé a máa ṣe protest ẹ tó máa kú ẹ wéré èrò tó máa tẹ̀lé Zazu láti Kòròdú. But owó òfé ṣe yẹn wọ́n wá bá nínú báyìí Zazu ó jókòó sórí Instagram. They are coming back for you. Wá dì pẹ̀lú ẹ̀. Ọlọ́pàá Nàìjíríà ò ń ṣe ọlọ́pàá tó máa disrespect bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn because Nigeria is a lawless country. Ṣé wọ́n ṣe mọ̀ pé inú zoo ló ń gbé? Èbó wá London. Ṣé nígbà tó dé London láti airport ṣé wọ́n disrespect ẹ̀? But nítorí pé e-money bá ṣe visa because ó sọ ó ní e-money ló bá wọn ṣe visa. So òun ti jáde ó padà ó ti big. He's a celebrity of his own but he can call a protest. Zazu lè ọ̀rọ̀ tó bá ṣe fún nísì tó bá pẹ́ tó ní làákàyè ni ó yẹ kó pe protest ni. Kò nídìí bàbá Akíntóyè kò nídìí anybody òun fúnra rẹ̀ lè pe protest. Pé gbogbo wa pátápátá kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹ fi pa wá ni. Kò ṣe pé kó support Yorùbá nation o kó tẹ̀ máa sọ pé the injustice tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ṣe lè wá bá òun ní bá òun. Tẹ bá nídìí òun ẹ ní kó wá ẹ kọ lẹ́tà sóhun òun á wá sí police station yìí òun á gbé lọ́ọ̀yà òun dání. Tó bá dẹ̀ pé fẹ́ tì mọ́lé ni ẹ sọ oríṣiríṣi ẹ fẹ́ tì mọ́lé á dẹ̀ lọ sí court wá lè request fún bail condition wá gba bail ẹ̀. Ó ṣe ń ṣe nìyẹn. Kò sẹ́ni tí ọlọ́pàá ò lè invite anywhere in the world. You have ọlọ́pàá lè invite anybody lè report èyàn. Anything lè ṣẹlẹ̀ wọ́n lè pè é fún questioning. Tó bá fi òkè ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn even under the fraudulent constitution concept ó ní right but ṣé right ẹni sì tó ń rí lò. Ó jáde ní sangbó ó gbé rẹ̀ sórí Instagram. I'm a Zazu ẹbí ṣoríire this is Babu I live in Babu. A ti mọ̀ pé inú Babu ló ń gbé tẹ́lẹ̀ a ti mọ̀ pé inú zoo ló wà but a fẹ́ yọ ẹ́ kúrò nínú zoo kó lè gbádùn owó ẹ kó lè gbádùn àlàáfíà so that tó bá jẹ́ pé òsùn tax government in Lagos State ní right tó bá jẹ́ pé àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké ẹ̀ ń bá wọn sùn nínú báà ẹ̀ a ní right láti wọnú báà yẹn but ṣé bó ṣe wá disrespect Zazu ṣé wọ́n lè lọ disrespect e-money bẹ́ẹ̀. Ṣé ọlọ́pàá lè wọnú ilé e-money àbí business venture e-money bó ṣe lọ bá Zazu? It is again ó tún ní level because everything ló ní level ní Nàìjíríà. It is called packaging. Packaging ni gbogbo yín ṣe. Àwa ti sọ fún yín pé crime tó wà ní Nàìjíríà crime yẹn is everybody. Ẹ máa jẹra yín lẹ́sẹ̀. Church àjọmọ̀ ọjọ́. Mọ́ṣáláṣí àjọmọ̀ ọjọ́. Ìyẹn la ṣe rí so many people coming on the social media. Because everybody is, bó ṣe máa fraud. Ṣé o lè ṣe visa? Mo lè ṣe visa o. Okay, oya, àgbà owó lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. Ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí jẹra yín lẹ́sẹ̀. Ó wá ní stages bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe máa jẹra yín. Ní ọ́fíìsì ẹ̀ ń ṣàgùn síra yín ẹ̀yìn wèrè. Olùlọ́ṣì people. A ní ká gba ìlú kódà kí a lè mẹni tó ní competent so that iṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe yẹn wọ́n nídìí láti ṣàgùn sí ẹ ẹni bá bá ṣàgùn sí àwọn bá bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣàgùn sí kí lè ṣàgùn síra yín fún gbogbo ẹ̀yin wèrè tẹ́ wà ní civil tẹ́ ń ṣiṣẹ́ ní secretariat ogun rẹ̀ ń ṣàṣíra yín lójoojúmọ́ ṣé mo parọ́ mọ́ yín ni ogun rẹ̀ ń ṣàṣíra yín because ó fẹ́ fi iṣẹ́ yẹn sílẹ̀ because ìwọ náà rí kankan jẹ ó rẹ̀ ìmí ó ti ṣe abẹ́ sílẹ̀ wọ́n ń gba sí fún ẹ lójoojúmọ́ ìyàwó èrè wá lọ sílé ọkọ ẹ̀ náà tún gba sí ọmọ àlè ti pọ̀jù nínú Nàìjíríà gan nísìn mad people all over the place. Àwa ti mọ̀ pé Babu ní tẹ́lẹ̀ ìwọ ló ṣe mọ̀. Èmi ti ń sọ lójoojúmọ́ pé Nàìjíríà èdè ṣoríire kò ń ṣe pé you can forget about gbogbo àwọn church tẹ́ ń lọ tán máa sọ fún pé máa ṣoríire lè ṣoríire because you are living in a society that is crazy. Society tó ń gbé kò ní àlàáfíà kò gbádùn society tó ń gbé wọ́n disrespect as a human being. òun ṣe wá ń sọ pé ẹni ṣoríire òun sọ fọ́lọ́pàá pọ̀ níjọ ọlọ́pàá ò ṣoríire tẹ́lẹ̀ níbo ló ti rọ́lọ́pàá Nàìjíríà tó ṣoríire tẹ́lẹ̀ they are crazy and animalistic. ṣé òun ṣe mọ̀ pé ọlọ́pàá Nàìjíríà pé wọ́n ní ṣoríire ẹ lè ṣoríire because owó ẹ̀gún tẹ̀ ń gbà lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn tẹ̀ ń pa àwọn èèyàn lẹ́kún ẹ lè ṣoríire gbogbo èèyàn ọlọ́pàá Nàìjíríà àfi tó bá jẹ́ pé lótìtọ́ iṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe yẹn ò ṣe tí mo sọ yẹn ẹ lè ṣoríire ni mo sọ á bọ̀ sí bọ́ sáwọn aráàlú àwọn politician yóò fi jẹ́ kẹ́ ṣoríire lọ́sẹ̀ fún ẹ ní domi because tó bá jẹ́ fẹ́ kẹ́ ṣoríire ni wọn ò ní máa gbé parí domi ní election period tí wọ́n lo Koko foundation ó yọkùn bẹ̀m̀bẹ̀m̀bẹ̀m àná òun ṣe foundation they are all criminals Dangote àgbéyọ̀ fún wá gbé magi fún Oríyọmí Hamzat yẹn náà mórí yẹn náà pẹ̀lú bàbá bàbá Shehu kílẹ̀ gbé yẹn ẹ wo bí tó ti ṣe wáàsí yẹn smelly place ṣé tíyàn bá máa ṣe wáàsí gan ẹ fẹ́ lọ bá àwọn èèyàn ẹ wo bí tó ti ṣe Oríyọmí ọ̀nà àwọn àdọ̀bálẹ̀ máa kí àwọn èèyàn mad people all over the place ẹ jẹ́ mo yóò yà èmi ò sí ní Nàìjíríà àwọn kan ní àìbọ̀tà àwọn orí ẹ tó post picture ṣé ibẹ̀ ẹjọ́ Nàìjíríà lọ́dọ̀ tiẹ̀ ọ̀dẹ̀ ṣé ibi tí mo sọ pé Ìjẹ̀bú Òde ṣé ìgbà tí wọn náà wo picture yẹn ṣé ó jọ Ìjẹ̀bú Òde lójú ẹ èmi wo vision Ìjẹ̀bú Òde lára àwọn picture yẹn ní òmùgọ̀ èmi wo picture Akínyẹlé local government lára picture yẹn ní ṣé ibi tí mo fi ń wọ̀n yẹn ṣé ó jọ Ìjẹ̀bú Òde ṣé tọ́nà yẹn jọ Ondo state òmùgọ̀ ṣé ìwọ ẹrí rẹ̀ rí because wọ́n fi jẹ́ ká ní lọ síwájú ìwọ engineer student ó wá ń ṣe POS èlé wa ń pariwo tó bá jẹ́ pé atrocity wà nínú báyìí a ní right láti ti a ní right tó bá jẹ́ pé government láti ti bá yẹn pa a ní right a ní every right láti ti pa because nobody is above the law even myself here ṣẹ́ni gbogbo ẹ̀rọ ẹ̀ Koiki wọ́n máa gbé ní UK náà because mo mọ bí tí mo lè sọ̀rọ̀ dé mo mọ ọ̀rọ̀ tí máa sọ tí ọlọ́pàá máa wá sínú ilé mi lójoojúmọ́ pé akílódé tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣẹ́ni gbogbo ẹ̀ àwọn utterances mi tí mò ń sọ yẹn forget about that pé a máa jà violent ń lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní Paris violent ṣẹ́ni gbogbo àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tèmi sọ ẹ̀yin ní ẹ̀ ní làákàyè láti understand kò ń jẹ́ yìí tẹ́ ń gbọ́ mi o àwọn tí wọ́n understand pé lórí platform yìí a máa jà níṣẹ́ ànítorí bí ẹ̀ gbé wa lọ sí Iraq ó gbé wa lọ jà ogun ó kó sójà jáde nínú barracks ìrọ́dẹ̀ ló pa fún wa ẹ̀yin wá sọ pé àníjà báwo lè ṣe fẹ́ gba Yorùbá nation ọ̀hún ẹ̀ máa tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá náà fẹ́ jà a gbọ́dọ̀ bọ́ sí títì ká protest a máa shut airport a máa shut port authority a máa pa economy Lagos state bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo sọ ẹ̀yin sọ pé àwọn ọmọ Igbo fẹ́ pa economy àwa gbọ́dọ̀ tètè pa economy Lagos state ká lè lọ síwájú ẹ̀ lè ṣoríire ìwọ tó ń lọ Nàìjíríà tó ní ẹ Koiki ṣọ́tọ̀ wọ́n máa jí ẹgbọ́n máa pa ẹ́ ibi ìbàdí mi ti máa wá sọ ó ń bọ̀ díẹ̀díẹ̀ ni sórí Nàìjíríà yẹn àwọn tó fẹ́ lọ bá criminal ló pọ̀ jù náà àwọn family wa nísìn you can't trust them. They are all criminals. Bó ṣe máa yanjú ẹ̀dá òun náà fẹ́ travel lọ́lọ́nà kò fẹ́ kó máa send owó sóhun òmùgọ̀ ò ní làákàyè èmi sọ fún ẹ pé ká tètè shut ẹ̀ down ìwọ máa ti lọlé ẹ jẹ́ ká shut gbogbo ẹ̀ down bó torí pé wọ́n fẹ́ lọlé ó fẹ́ lọ máa bá àwọn kéékèèké sùn pẹ̀lú zazu kẹ máa mú ogógó bitter leaf kẹ máa fi bá kí pọ́nrán yín lè dé dáadáa kẹ lè máa bá àwọn ọmọ ọlọ́mọ sùn kódà káwọn ọmọ ilé máa wá síbẹ̀ àwọn ọmọ tó jẹ́ kó lọ máa kọ́ṣẹ́ wọ́n wá ń lọ sí zazuba ó wá ní kọ́mọ̀ àti báyìí ó wá ní ẹ̀ní ṣoríire ìwọ tí ṣoríire náà nínú Nàìjíríà mad people over ṣé ìwọ tí ṣoríire àní Nàìjíríà ẹ̀ lè ṣoríire is a crazy country. mo kí ìyàwó ajá ara ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò. ó mà nígẹ̀ tó ń ṣe gẹ̀ báyìí onígẹ̀ báyìí àní tó bá jẹ́ pé bó ṣe lánàá yẹn nísìn kó pe protest kò ń ṣe protest fún Yorùbá nation kó tẹ̀ pé protest pé kí ló dé gan ẹ̀yin ọlọ́pàá kí ló dé mò ń san tax tó bá dẹ̀ fi pé atrocity wọ́n ń bára wọn sùn nínú ibẹ̀ yẹn àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké táwọn àgbàlagbà bá ń bára wọn sùn nínú ibẹ̀ wọ́n ní right as long as tó bá ní license but tó bá jẹ́ pé I notice pé àwọn ọmọ 14 years old ń lọ sínú báà yẹn ẹ̀ ń tọwọ́ bọ̀ wọn nídìí òun gan gbọ́dọ̀ wà ní prison lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí ètò níwọ̀n ní sóríire and everybody ṣẹ́dẹ̀ ìtẹ́ jẹ́ diaspora ẹ̀ máa nẹ Koiki má máa sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ó ti wà too violent yé máa sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn violent ní gbogbo nǹkan violent tí nǹkan báyìí ti di gbàsgbò kó di violent ṣòro máa di violent wọ́n máa bọ̀ àsórí tẹ́ kí lè rò pé Netanyahu jáde fún nísìn because Netanyahu ní owó òfin jẹ́ kí Israel lọ sí civil war òmùgọ̀ ṣé bí Nàìjíríà ṣe ń ṣe nísìn ṣé wọ́n ti máa push àwọn èèyàn sí civil war Biafra náà fẹ́ lọ bá Biafra ṣe ẹ̀fún oní rẹ̀fọ́dá náà kó ká kó máa lọ báde wà bá fẹ́ keep orúkọ Nàìjíríà yẹn wọ́n lè keep ẹ̀ but lọ́dọ̀ tiwa but because tí ìfẹ́ understand pé Nigeria is pushing us to civil war. If a prime minister like Netanyahu is saying that kò fẹ́ jẹ́ kí ọ̀rọ̀ Israel Jerusalem kó lọ sí civil war, this is what he's saying here. Òlélẹ̀ headline here, Netanyahu suspend the judicial reform. I will not òun ò ní jókòó kí Israel lọ sí civil war but Nigeria ń tì wá lọ sí civil war. Ara ẹ̀ náà ni Zazu tó lọ bá because tó bá pa Zazu Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ kó pa imagine pé tó bá lọ pa bọ̀bọ̀ ìlànà. Nigeria police are crazy. Ìyẹn ló ṣe ní wọ́n ní sóríire tẹ́lẹ̀ because wọ́n ti discharge ìbọn wọ́n gbé Bámiṣé nínú Lagos State Transport. Mo ti play video lẹ́ẹ̀kan, let's play it one more time. Wọ́n gbé Bámiṣé nínú Lagos State Transport. Zazu ò jáde kó tẹ̀ kan ní pé ẹ̀gbọ́n ọmọ wa kó ẹ̀ mọ̀ he is a talented guy kó tẹ̀ bá fi ṣe lyrics. Àwọn family Bámiṣé ojoojúmọ́ ló ń lọ sí court wọ́n ti rí result mi sí ìwọ̀n wá sọ pé wọ́n ní sórí Nàìjíríà ti sórí àníṣe ẹ máa jẹ gba gbogbo yín. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. Inú mọ́tò lọ ti pa wọ́n bá sùn wọ́n fá mọ́tò máa fá lábẹ́ ìwòwò ọmọlúàbí ní Àríbámiṣé ní Èbúté Mẹ́ta. Zazu ò lè kọrin kankan kó tẹ̀ bá wa kọrin kékeré pé kí ló dé kó tẹ̀ fi mẹ́kọ̀ọ́ owó bìkan kò kàn wọ́n wá ba nígbà ẹ̀mí sí ó ní wọ́n ní sórí rí. That was the last video Bámiṣé did before she died. Ó tún sọ fún ọ̀rẹ́ má sọ fún nìkan kan kò mọ̀ pé tí nǹkan kan bá ṣẹlẹ̀ kò mọ̀ pé nǹkan máa ṣẹlẹ̀. Nigeria is a crazy country. She eventually died. But everybody does not want violence. Okay, no problem. Ẹ̀yin ò fẹ́ violent, èmi á máa sọ pé violent ni violent la máa fi gbà pé àní fi violent gbà irọ́ lẹ pa pé ẹ fẹ́ fi diplomacy gba Yorùbá ní sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ pa ẹ fẹ́ fi diplomacy sọ̀tọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà irọ́ lẹ pa. Ẹ̀yin ará Nàìjíríà ẹ̀yin Nigerians ẹ máa jáde in your millions and shut down the country and then the government will start listening to everybody. You have already voted, whether you voted for one section or whatever, that's your own problem. But what result has it given you? Nothing. You will all cry. But we will be here just as we can see our brother Zazu, a very talented Yoruba artist. I love his music. But he's not saying what I am saying. Zazu owó ẹ̀ ò lè gbádùn ẹ̀ nínú Nàìjíríà. Sórí Nàìjíríà ló easy láti make owó. You can sórí Nàìjíríà. It's a country that ó lè sùn kó jí kó dolówó. Lóríṣiríṣi ọ̀nà o lè mọ ẹ̀jẹ̀ yùn o lè connect pẹ̀lú politician kó gbé 50 billion fún ẹ kó ní kó mú 20 níbẹ̀ kó bá wọn gbé 30 lọ sí abroad bó bá ṣe máa bá wọn gbé lọ o lè tajà. Mo fi Lagos State example lánàá 20 million tó bá ń ta omi lásán olùgbé gbọ́dọ̀ gbẹ́ o gbọ́dọ̀ mú mi. So you can make money but you are all dying bit by bit. Ẹ̀mí ó ń gé díẹ̀ sórí kò dìgbà tí ó kú kí ló pa alájà kí ló pa alájì kí ló pa pásítọ̀ because o ti ń kú díẹ̀ tí wọ́n mọ̀ ikú yẹn ti ń wọlé sí ẹ lára díẹ̀ but ìwọ ló rò pé ó dìgbà tí nǹkan bá sùn níwájú. No, you have been dying bit by bit. Nigeria is at the verge of breakup. I'm going to start preparing myself. I only have 20 minutes. As you know, in Star Radio, I'm not connected. So what I'm just going to do now, I'm just going to find something to play while I focus, and I'll be talking in between because Motiba is imposed the news headline meeting my bounce or Lara. But as you can see there, Netanyahu tètè jáde to ó ti mọ bí tọ́rọ̀ yẹn lọ àwọn ará ìlú òdìgbà ní àwọn ará Faransé àwọn sì ń jà lọ. Èèyàn máa ń jà fún ẹ̀tọ́ ẹ̀ ni. Whether ẹ fẹ́ Nàìjíríà ẹ jà fún ni, àwa tá fẹ́ Nàìjíríà àwa náà máa jà fún ni. Ọ̀nà méjì ni àwọn tó fẹ́ Nàìjíríà gan gbọ́dọ̀ jà. Bọ́ pé ẹ fẹ́ ṣe ní ẹ lọ vote òun ni result jáde kò tẹ́yìn lọ́rùn. A fẹ́ gba Yorùbá nation. Okay, àwa máa educate yín. And like I said, this is an independent and I will remain as independent because ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́mi fẹ́ máa sọ bọ̀bẹ́ Koikimedia lọ sọ a máa jà ní sẹ́ni mo sọ tá a bá jà irọ́ lápá a lọ anywhere ẹ gba Yorùbá nation kankan tí kò bá dìjà àbí kò dé tó bá di protest a máa force government láti wá ṣẹ́ni gbogbo ìta kọ lẹ́tà tó ọ̀dà wa lóhùn yẹn ẹ jẹ́ ká shut airport for 3 days kí flight kankan máa wọ Nàìjíríà ṣé tí flight ò bá wọ Nàìjíríà ṣé Boris Johnson máa dé Nàìjíríà ẹ̀rọ bó ṣe ẹ ti get message yẹn tí flight ò bá dé Nàìjíríà ṣé Boris Johnson á wọ BA because I'm sure pé British Airways ló wọ̀ tó bá wọ Virgin ló máa gbé dé Nàìjíríà tó bá jẹ́ pé Air France ló wọ̀ mo mọ aircraft tó wọ̀ mo jáwọ́ pé Lagos Murtala Mohammed ló gbà wọlé kò ṣe pé Abuja ló gbà wọlé àfi tó bá yẹ kó ti dé Abuja ó wá fi local plane àfi ó dẹ̀ lè wá pẹ̀lú private jet I don't know because they have money Dangote lé nìkan lọ fi private jet gbé wá but imagine tó bá jẹ́ pé nígbà tí Dangote Boris Johnson fẹ́ dé sí Lagos yẹn kò ráyè land private jet ẹ̀ kí lè rí kó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ kí lè yìí kó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ ọ̀nà méjì ni Boris Johnson wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ Ọ̀ṣínbàjò wà ní London kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ gangan who actually died I'm not saying more than that mo kúkú di ìdárúkọ ní kankan so kí lẹ fún kí ni àwọn èèyàn bí mi pé ẹ̀kọ́ ìkẹta ló èmi náà sì ń bi àwọn tí mò ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ is he dead mo ní is she o is he dead ṣó ti kú tó bá ìtì pẹ́ jẹ́ ká mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń pamọ́ làwa náà ń gbọ́ but ẹ̀yin lẹ máa jáde lẹ máa sis ẹ̀yin lẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ is he dead ni mo sì ń béèrè ìbéèrè ni mo sì ń béèrè o is question I'm asking question bí yàn bá dẹ̀ ń béèrè question ó gbọ́dọ̀ gbọ́ answer àwọn tí mo dẹ̀ ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ó yé wọn ẹ̀yin lẹ máa dá mi lóhùn is he dead kí ni Ọ̀ṣínbàjò wá ṣe ní London tó camouflage pé ó wá bá wá sọ̀rọ̀ ní King's Cross kí ni Boris Johnson wá ṣe ní Nàìjíríà tó camouflage pé ó wá ṣe lecture àwọn méjèèjì wá reverse ìkan wá sí London kí ló dé tí àwọn méjèèjì wà ní the same place kọ́ wà ní ibi tó máa ń wà ìbéèrè mo ṣe ń béèrè is he dead ṣó ti kú mo kúkú dárúkọ anybody mo àbí mo ti dárúkọ èyí ni kẹ́ máa rò lọ́kàn ara pé ta ló lè máa sọ ta ló kú is he dead ẹ máa fámọ́ ó kù díẹ̀ let's play something and then I get myself 20 minutes and prepare for Star Radio UK as you know a tún padà bọ̀ nírọ̀lẹ́ so tá bá ti ń parí Star Radio I'm not gonna be staying too long because I don't want to burn too much of my energy. Catherine Lang kúkú ti sọ fún yín pé election is fascinating òyìnbó fascinating oníwà fascinating mo sọ fún yín pé wàá lówó wàá sunkún ní Nàìjíríà wàá dé hospital ó rí ẹni máa tọ́jú ẹ because gbogbo àwọn nurses àti kó wọn wá sí UK wọ́n ti lọ Cuba wọ́n ti lọ America èyí tó ráyè wọ America ó lọ South Africa ó lọ ń prepare láti já lọ sí Europe wàá dé hospital ó rí ẹni máa tọ́jú ẹ ó kù díẹ̀ ni wàá náwó nínú Nàìjíríà ó ní mọ́tò ó ní owó yẹn kò ní wúlò fún ẹ Nigeria the crime scene once again as we prepare and those of you like I always say we have the right to self-determination ìyẹn ló easy jù láti sọ we have the right ìbí àkànfẹnu sọ ni we have the right òyìnbó wá fẹ́ fún ẹ ní right yẹn òun ò ní right ṣé òyìnbó sọ fún ẹ pé òun fẹ́ fún ẹ ní right yẹn a lè máa sọ pé we have the right ká máa ṣó gbogbo document yẹn bó ṣé wọ́n fẹ́ fún wa ní right mo gbọ́ fídíò kan lánàá bọ̀bọ̀ kan ó ní wọ́n náà pe United Nations pé wọ́n ní kọ́ fóun ní ìyá kan ló pè sórí program yẹn ìyá yẹn nítorí ẹ̀ ló ń ṣe believe platform yẹn pé ìgbà tẹ́ni yẹn ní kọ́ fóun níjọ́ mẹ́ta òun máa pe United Nations nísìn òun máa confirm bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n ti gba Yorùbá nation àní orí gbogbo yín ti gbálẹ̀ ìyá yẹn wá nígbà tí bàbá yẹn padà wá ó wá ní yẹn pé òun ti pe United Nations òun ti pe contact òun kan nínú bẹ̀ ó wá sọ fóun pé wọ́n ti gba Yorùbá nation ìbò la tún já sí ìkẹ́ pé ó kọ́ fóun níjọ́ mẹ́ta ẹ wá sọ United Nations di ẹ sọ di beer parlour Amala joint ó ní wọ́n máa sọ fóun pé ní United Nations pé wọ́n náà ti gba Yorùbá nation I pity a lot of Yoruba people ẹ ti wọ one chance pẹ̀lú ìyá jágbajàgba yẹn kí ni mo sọ ẹ ti wọ wọn ó máa tó sún yín ẹ mọ rísì tó ṣe máa sún yín ni pé because kò ní rí anything láti fi buttress tó ń sọ so ó máa padà máa parọ́ ó máa upgrade irọ́ yẹn á dẹ̀ máa sọ pé àwa là ń dìlé ẹ̀ how ṣèbí ẹ ti ní ẹ ti lọ check me out ṣèbí ìyá Fúnkẹ́ Bello sọ ó máa sọ fún mi ní ó ní gbogbo èyí mídíà pátá láti kó lọ àdìkórúkọ yín lọ á ní àti kórúkọ yín lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bá sọ gbogbo àwọn mídíà tó kù ẹ lè sọ pé mi ẹ kàn lè má parọ́ ẹ ní propaganda. Mo rí ti wèrè yẹn tó wà lamẹ́ríkà yẹn náà mo gbọ́ ètò sọ náà èmi ò ní response sí because I don't have to respond to you because illiterate ló pọ̀ jù nínú yín but ní tí mo mọ̀ ni pé ó máa sú gbogbo yín láìpẹ́. Mo rí alájà àrà yìí tẹ̀tẹ̀ lọ tún bá wọn comment ẹ ní láti comment ẹ̀yẹn fi wọ́n sílẹ̀ ṣé dáhùn tó ń tẹ̀lé wọn yẹn àwọn ló máa dùn wọn ló kópa tó bá dé stage kan ẹ mọ̀ báwọn ti gba Yorùbá nation nísìn but àwọn tó ń sọ pé báwọn ti gba Yorùbá nation yẹn ó máa tó sú yín because wọn ò ní anything láti fi substantiate láti fi lock it in because it's all lies. Balabu bẹ́ẹ̀ àṣà Tinubu òun lọ̀rọ̀ yá yẹn náà. I don't have to mention her name because it's irrelevant to me. But ó máa sú yín because it's just a matter of time. But Sherry yẹn kọ́ ni issue. There's a lot going on. Sherry private jet ń lọ and monitor and private jet kan wọ́n kàn fò ní kí ibo lọ kí lẹ́yìn ibo lẹ́ ń lọ káàkiri. Wọ́n kàn ẹ mọ̀ pé nígbà tí ìgbà kan náà ìgbà Buhari ó yẹ yín nígbà tí Buhari yẹn wọ́n ní private jet kan máa ń lọ ń bọ̀ ni. Ó kù díẹ̀. Nàìjíríà ó máa la náà kò sọgbọ́n ẹ̀ òkùnkùn tẹ́ fi Nàìjíríà sí a máa fọ àwọn àpọ́nrẹ́dì èyí tó bá máa gbà ní ẹ̀yin á máa parọ́ fún àwọn ará Nàìjíríà àwọn ará Nàìjíríà wọ́n ti inú òkùnkùn lọ wà inú ẹ̀mí burúkú so àwọn ò understand anything. Ìkẹ́nẹ́ Ṣàgàbántù ó wà London báyìí àfi tó bá ti padà kò ń pẹ́ wọ́n kàn nídẹ̀ kó sáré wọlé àwọn ẹ̀ ó ń bọ̀ wá sọ̀rọ̀ ní King's Cross àbí King Cross ẹ wo àárín méjì Afẹ́ Babalọ́lá fún wọn ní 10 million Ọ̀ṣínbàjò wá sọ̀rọ̀ ní the same King's Cross Boris Johnson lọ Nàìjíríà ẹ̀yẹn ṣáà máa multiply gbogbo ẹ̀ ẹ máa wo movement ẹ máa rí àwọn movement kan nísìn Gẹ̀ẹ́sì oh my God ibà ẹ̀ làwà wà. Let me play something so that I can focus. We need to post one or two things. Play from let's just play something. We always have something to play. Media lawa. And opo lọ́wọ́ mi. Iti bá fẹ́ lò mí. Mo fẹ́ play ti Northern Forum yẹn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká play pastor tó ń sọ pé everybody ló mọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà. Mo fẹ́ play bàbá wa Adébóyè. Wọ́n túbọ̀ máa bá fi àdúrà ran Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́ kọ́ máa àdúrà Nàìjíríà tó ti kàpá tù. Bí pásítọ̀ kan bá ń gbàdúrà fún Nàìjíríà, ó mọ pásítọ̀ yẹn kọ́ tí wọ́n mọ́ Nàìjíríà, ó yẹ kọ́ tí wọ́n mọ́ prison. Gbàdúrà fún Nàìjíríà, Nàìjíríà kọ́ Nàìjíríà.
Our story, the story of the Nigerian youth.
Mo fẹ́ lè àfẹ́ Nàìjíríà ẹ̀yìn youth tọ́tí báyé yín jẹ́ our story another. Ilé mo fẹ́ gbọ́ ẹjá gbọ́ ti bàbá yìí. I'm going to focus here so that I can start preparing myself for Star Radio.
Now we have faced such level of oppressiveness in our land, such level of frustration in our land, such level of suppression. Where in one segment of the nation, blood will flow like water, killings and keep level a whole village overnight.
In some cases, they will own up that they are the ones who did it for the sake of whatever reasons they claim. Nobody is arrested, nobody is prosecuted, nothing happens, no consequence. In another part of the country, probably the southwest or south or southeast, some people come out for demonstration, and before you know it, people are leveled to the ground. People are arrested. All right? So there is one law for one part and one law for another part. That is the situation we have faced so far, the situation of injustice and inequality. Now you look at the situation with appointments and positionings, and it will appear to you as if intelligent people don't exist in no other part of the country apart from some parts of the country. We have a multi-ethnic country. We have a multilingual country. We have a multi-religious country with two dominant religious bodies in the nation. But if you look at sensitive positionings, whether it's in the executive, in the judiciary, in the legislative, in the military or paramilitary, it appears as if there are no people in any other part of the country. Take a look at this. You have President, Northwest Muslim. You have Senate President, Northeast Muslim. You have INEC Chairperson, Northwest Muslim. You have Speaker of the House of Representatives, Southwest Muslim. You have Chief of Air Staff, Northeast Muslim. Minister of Defense, Muslim, North. Chief of Army Staff, Northeast Muslim. Inspector General of Police, North Central Muslim. National Security Advisor, Northeast Muslim. Director, National Intelligence Agency, Muslim North. Director General, SSS, Northwest Muslim. Comptroller General of Immigration, Northwest Muslim. Comptroller General of Customs, North Muslim. Comptroller General of Civil Defense, Muslim North. Comptroller General of Nigeria Immigration Prison Service, Muslim North. Acting Chairman of EFCC, Northeast Muslim. Chief Justice of the Federation, Northeast Muslim. Code of Conduct Head, Muslim, Northeast. Managing Director, Post Authority, Northwest Muslim. NIMASA, North Muslim. NNPC Managing Director, Northeast Muslim. Minister of Education, Northeast Muslim. National Universities Commission, Northwest Muslim. JAMB, Southwest Muslim, and so on and so forth. We can keep on going on and on. Someone has said that the top 20 positionings in NNPC is occupied from the same region as well. What comes to mind is there is no intelligent person and no qualified person from any other part of the country. There is no intelligent Shekiri person, no intelligent Ijo person, no intelligent Biron person, no intelligent Magavul person, no intelligent Tif person, no intelligent Idoma person, no intelligent Igala person, no intelligent Ibira person, no intelligent Ibibio person, no intelligent Anam person, no intelligent Efik person, no intelligent Ishan person, no intelligent Bini person, no intelligent person from no other part of the country that can be in any of those sensitive positions, except people from one region and one religion. And people are meant to be forced to exist in peace under that kind of upside down, highly nepotistic, clanistic situation. And that is absolutely impossible. If it was a charm, it cleared. If it was a mentality bankruptcy, mentality is returned. It's impossible. There can be no peace in such level of inequality, in such level of brazen effrontery at taking a whole nation for granted. Nations of the world did not experience one over 100 of what Nigerians have experienced and scattered in pieces. Soviet Union is nowhere to be found. Yugoslavia was one country that scattered and splintered into 8 countries out of one country. Czechoslovakia splitted into 2. They didn't see 1 over 100 of what we are seeing. Nations in the world that are wise enough, that are multi-ethnic, did their best. The United Kingdom, even though it's a nation, has ethnic groups that took care of the ethnic groups and gave regional autonomy to the Scottish, to the Irish, and the Welsh. Switzerland has 4 ethnic groups, and they make their presidencies sit to revolve around these 4 groups. What is the solution to the situation in our land today? If there must be peace, there must be equity, there must be fairness, there must be justice. People have clamored for restructuring. It is the devolution of power. Otherwise, there may be the dissolution of union. It happened in other places. And we pray and trust God that it doesn't happen in our nation. It's not time to play the ostrich and hide the head under. What is not confronted cannot be conquered. In medicine, we call something the debridement of wounds. You expose wounds in order to repair them. You clean them out in order to repair them. You make them bleed. Truth is what heals. And if truth is not spoken, healing doesn't happen. And it is time to tell the truth. People have been suppressed, subdued, subjugated, and treated, second-rated, as if they don't have sense and they don't have reasoning. And this nation is one of the most intelligent nations in the world. Our doctors, our professionals are the most intelligent around the nations of the world. Nigerians and Nigeria people have the highest rate of PhDs in America of any ethnic group apart from maybe Americans themselves. And it is time for us to sit up and say these things must be corrected and do the right thing, and we do the right thing on time so that Jehovah can hear us and answer our prayers. As for every protest going on, two wrongs don't make a right. Protests are encouraged to be very peaceful, very calm.
Part of the lies. When people listen to this pastor now, protests are meant to be peaceful and calm. Níbo la ti ń ṣe yẹn? Ṣé gbogbo protest tá a rí ní all over the world, is it peaceful, is it calm? Okay, all right, I'll do that, Mr. Shegun. Ẹ̀gbọ́n tí pastor yẹn ṣe sọ, that's why I say some of them, needs to be locked into the prison for some time. Níbo ni protesting were peaceful and two heads cannot be wrong, blah, blah, blah. It's all lies. So we're going to switch straight to Star Radio in just a few minutes now. Mokibugwa that have joined us so far, Yawa Esther, Olakunle, Egbomi Ayo. I'll look into that, the Switzerland Constitution, Yawa Taiwo, James Cafe, Moki Momiwa, Oladapo, Timofito Woto, Daruko, Amadadi Wafo, Moki Dennis, Dayo, Moki Toby Waloye, Moki Slim Bashi, and those of you that still have hope in Nigeria. We don't have hope in Nigeria. Nigeria is dead and gone. Moki, and likewise, as many of you that have joined us, Comrade Plan B, you also went on to say, elsewhere people are fighting for their freedom and right, but it is prayer all over in Nigeria. Only protest has to be peaceful, two heads cannot be wrong. Allow Baba, thank you so much, the rest of you that have joined us there. Buhari is an evil to call. Good morning, Lenkonsiyawa, Toyin, Shola, Mofito, Darukoyin. Denick says, M1 to go out from Zoo, location 9. Hackley's Joy, good morning. Mokinya on Koikimedia team in Ibadan, Koikimedia team in Yewa, and all the rest. Yakin, Mustafa, Moki Ubentewa, Ni Okiogun. All the coordinators in different groups, Moki Baba Lenkonsi, John Ogundele, Mofito, Mofiki, Moti Mokwe, Ewa, Nino section, Nino comments, and listen. Mr. Kingba, Oladoni, Moki, Iyami Abigail, she too, Shomi, Moki Dada, and as many of you that have joined us. Gani, yes, we're always on YouTube. You should know that. Anybody to buy one below the YouTube, that means for whatever reason you're not getting notification. Moki Dada Cairo, Moki Dada different countries around the world. Once again, Ejaka Fakambale, Oshin Shamaloku Beni, Olaiton Ibrahim, Moki, Mr. Dewusi, Olabi Moki Dada. And if I ever mention your name, the rest is sure. Moki Alaja Lenkonsi, Alaja Moki on World Media, and the rest of people that are working towards the actualization of Yoruba Nation. One thing is, like I said, I'm asking the question, is he dead? And if he's not dead, statement must be released or we must be told the truth. I won't say more than that for now. Otobade Kulemuri, and as many of you, Moki, Pastor Moji Adesoya, if you're not on Twitter, try to get a Twitter handle. It's very, very important. As I'm now switching over, I need to go and, as you know, change the outfit and prepare for Star Radio UK. And when we come back, we probably open the phone line for about maybe an hour. Moki Yawa Mudupe Adegunwa Moki. But at the end of the day, as many people might probably not understand, Nigeria is at the verge of breakup. The federal government is pushing Nigeria into a civil war. Fẹ́ ogun, à ń pariwo pa àfẹ́ ogun, but tá bá ti jáde tá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń pariwo tá ń pàtẹ́wọ́, tá ń jáde, tá ń push protest, ìyẹn ò ń ṣogun o. But tá bá ti ṣe yẹn, federal government ń push Nigeria sínú civil war ni o. So our the civil war. So the only way we can stop it is we can stop it with a massive protest, and that goes with those that don't, believe in Nigeria in the breakup as well. Everybody must come out and start asking questions and demanding everybody right. And that way, we can renegotiate Nigeria. Tinubu cannot fix Nigeria under the 1999 Constitution. None of your governors in Nigeria can do so. The vice president cannot do so. And that is why Buhari has failed Nigeria in the last 8 years. So I'm going to switch now, as I say, into the Star Radio mode. But for now, because Momori don't play and I don't want that to affect my own, so I'm just going to give us something while I come back. Then we switch straight to Star Radio.
Ọmọ Yorùbá lápapọ̀ tilé tó kó ẹ̀mí àbọ̀ ẹ̀bá nǹkan mọ Adéyẹmọ. Chief Sunday Adéyẹmọ Ìgbòho orúkọ ńlá tí ń jámọ̀ láyà bí àrá orúkọ tó ń dẹ́rù bo lórúkọ gan-an. Ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ má sùn o torí pé bùrà a kò lè fojú kégbodò láyé títa ríro lẹ̀dá ń kọlà wúrà tó máa dán alànà kọjá dandan o. Ọ̀wọ́n irin ní má bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ̀nà ẹ̀dá kan ò lè ṣì wá lọ́nà mọ́ ẹjẹ́ àfìmọ̀ṣọ̀ kan ká lè débi re ẹjẹ́ àjọ gbárùkù ti Sunday Ìgbòho ṣá ọmọ Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ nílùú Alágbàdo Òde ọmọ atapẹ̀tẹ̀ wọnú omi ọmọ gèdèlè wodò sànyà ìsànyà ò rẹ́ràn bàbá yín láàrin ìdí omi kò sì náà ń kán sí yín lẹ́nu ọmọ òkúta mẹ́ta òkè Ìgbòho ìkan ń ṣe yín ní dábọ̀dàbọ̀ ìkan ní mọ́ rọra ìkan tó kù nígbà tí wọ́n ò mọ̀ Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ kí ló dé Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ sí ọmọ òpópó sanran ìgbàgede Ìgbòho sùn wọn láláìsí bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ́n ní kó ní bẹ̀rẹ̀ ó máa kó bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ ẹ̀sìn òní bímọ méjì ní Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ bẹ́sìn bá bímọ méjì ní Ìgbòho àfikàn pọpọ sí amúkan yòókù bọ sànyà àtúmúyà rẹ̀ tí ò lọ́rọ̀ gbọ́ àfiṣẹrù wálé wàrà mòjé ọmọ onílé ọlà àwọn àjòjì tó ń ṣe ségesège tọ́láwọn ò ní bomi kó sí mu wọ́n láwọn ò ní bomi sànyà wẹ́sẹ̀ ìgbà tójú kò fi rí ńkọ́ gbogbo wọn náà sáré bomi kó sí mu wọ́n sì bomi sànyà wẹ́sẹ̀ ọmọ abẹ́rẹ́ mẹ́ta òde ayé ọ̀kan ṣẹ́ ọ̀kan tẹ̀ ọ̀kan tó kù ní gbogbo ayé fi ránṣọ kiri gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá Sunday Ìgbòho onírèlẹ̀ láéláé torí àbá lásán nìkan ń dá òkúta ò ṣe gbé fún wọn o ìmọ̀ràn lásán ni ti balùwẹ̀ kò pọ́sibú kó dòdò láyé ń bí ó kún díẹ̀ títọ́ domi láéláyé ìtọ́ mi lè domi Sunday Ìgbòho arógun má ti dí tó ń jà fẹ́tọ̀ Yorùbá ní tilé tó kó. Ọmọ Ìbàràpá lápapọ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Akíọmọ ọmọ Yorùbá lápapọ̀ tilé tó kó ẹ̀mí àbọ̀ ẹ̀bá nǹkan mọ Adéyẹmọ. Chief Sunday Adéyẹmọ Ìgbòho orúkọ ńlá tí ń jámọ̀ láyà bí àrá orúkọ tó ń dẹ́rù bo lórúkọ gan-an. Ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ má sùn o torí pé bùrà a kò lè fojú kégbodò láyé títa ríro lẹ̀dá ń kọlà wúrà tó máa dán alànà kọjá dandan.
We know that so much trouble in Nigeria, but we are here to bring you everything. How are you and how is the family, sir?
Well, the family is doing very well. We are grateful. Like you always ask, the more you're alive, the more there's a lot happening as well. So we should be grateful, and we're very, very grateful.
We thank God. We thank God. We thank God. Okay, so listeners, wherever you are, we all thank God that you are also doing very well. And this morning, you tune in to listen to us. Wherever you are, keep your dial so logged on Star Radio. Okay, share the broadcast with your friends and loved ones, and invite them to like our pages as well. So now, let's crack on. Let's look at some of the events happening in Nigeria. Now, the court cases won't stop handover to Tinubu. Now, I've been asking this question all this while, that what is the law or the constitution like in Ghana? I think the constitution is that after the election there is a time whether they set a time where they need to if you want to appeal and whatever. I don't know whether if it goes beyond that time then the swearing in or handover will take place or. But now we have the federal government coming out to say that look, those who are speculating that Buhari doesn't want to hand over to Tinubu and all those he want to stay in power and something like that, federal government is saying that no, case or no case, even as the case is going on, handing over will still be done to Tinubu and Shettima. Yomi.
71st birthday today, as a lot of people are saying that age might not be true, but we have to go according to what we are told by his own, Wikipedia or his own media handle. I'm actually talking about, the president-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu is actually celebrating his 71st birthday today. And let's start from, the Vice President, Yemi Osinbajo, is currently in London. I don't know whether he has returned back, but I know that as at yesterday, he was speaking at the King's College here in London. And Osinbajo praises Tinubu's contribution to Lagos and the national development. All we can offer you in this solemn period is a prayer that the Lord will help you in this assignment. Well, the question, again, a lot of Nigerians are asking is, Tinubu is not in Nigeria. Let's first put that out there. We know that he actually traveled out on medical ground, even though his media aide has denied that, he has never traveled for a medical reason. He's just out to rest. Maybe there's nowhere to rest in Nigeria. But also, we know that over the weekend, which could be a little bit conflicting because, they were actually releasing a message that Tinubu is sending his message to, the family of Dia. Mm-hmm. Dia, as we talked yesterday, is one of the, those during the Abacha time. So the question is, Tinubu in the last so many years, apart from yesterday, has been having his birthday celebration, in Lagos, or probably, in Lagos, apart from last year. And let's remind that last year make it exactly a year that the terrorists actually attacked the Abuja-Kaduna train, where so many people died, including Dr. Chinelo, the only daughter of her parents who was meant to be traveling to Canada. So just to give us a background, so we don't know where Tinubu is. There's a rumor that he's currently in London by his media aide, but it seems that he's still not yet in London, but it's just a kind of, probably trying to hide his location. But we are hoping that at least on his birthday like this, he might be speaking to us as the president-elect. For those that believe in Nigeria, I don't believe in Nigeria. But let's now come back to what Shettima is saying. Court cases won't stop the handover to Tinubu and Shettima. I know that Tinubu team will be traveling, with the president, to the World Bank event that is coming up very soon. He's also appointed Bagudu and Wale Edun to be part of his transition council with the federal government, which is the same political party. But the question is, as the court case is not yet happening, we know that it's going to happen. The federal government yesterday gave again assurance that the transition of power from President Muhammadu Buhari to President-elect Bola Tinubu will be smooth and peaceful. This was one of the government. This was, as the government said, the refurbishment of the president and the vice president-elect offices has been completed. Addressing the journalists, the chairman of the transition committee, Boss Mustafa, stressed that litigation would not stop the handover ceremony taking place.
Well, so that will tell you that, well, the DA has already been called or been said, because that means that whatever happens, there's not going to be an overturn of the results. I don't think so. Or Yomi, what do you think about that?
Well, like I said, we've never seen any such result overturned, in the history of Nigeria. Could this be different? We don't know. But there's just too many, speculation out there, especially that the CGN actually traveled out of the country almost simultaneously while Tinubu was out. There was rumor that they were going to have a meeting, but we end up seeing the CGN back in Nigeria as quickly as possible, and then he's not doing very well, elsewise, but nothing can happen according to the federal government. The smooth transition will go ahead. Whether the court will overturn the result, we'll have to wait and see. And if the court is going to overturn the result, on whose favor? Is it Atiku or Peter Obi?
That's another thing. So they say that, okay, Atiku and Obi, they'll be fighting, so let's just give it to Tinubu, let him just go, and then they wait for another 4 years. But what, listeners, it is Star Radio UK. Now let's move on to some of the other stories that is making the rounds. We knew that today was the day that the NLC were saying that they were going to embark on a nationwide strike due to the availability of or non-availability of the Naira. But now, with the move that the CBN governor has done so far, what has the NLC come out to say? Because now I heard another statement saying that they're going to give them another 3 weeks. So what exactly is happening there, Yomi?
Well, you can't compare that with, the ones that is happening in the protest going on in Paris, because of the pension reform. Judicial reform has actually, like I was saying, to our sister broadcast before joining, Star Radio UK. Netanyahu does not want civil war in Israel, so he has actually halt the judicial reform. But in Nigeria, it's a different thing entirely. As the TUC, the NLC are meant to be, the backbone of, the citizens, the people. Emefiele has now given, Emefiele and the CBN has been given another 2 weeks ultimatum to make the cash available. So it seems that every 2 weeks, when the 2 weeks is elapsing, they come out again and say another 2 weeks and another 2 weeks. But the question is, why is it taking the Central Bank of Nigeria, Emefiele, to make cash available for our people back in Nigeria? Because, even those of us that are sending the little money that we have, people are making, complain that, if you remove 1,000 naira, you end up paying 300 naira in some places, and in some places you're paying 200 naira as well. But the NLC and the Trade Union Congress have now extended the ultimatum issue to the CBN to make the cash available in the banks by 2 weeks. Well, 2 weeks again is not too far. We'll wait and see if there will be any changes. But as I can say, even in the last couple of days, the Nigerians are struggling when it comes to, getting their hands on both the old and the new currency across the country.
Wow, listeners, it is Star Radio UK. 13 minutes past the top of the hour at the time, and updates from Nigeria with Ms. OLAMILEKAN in our North London studios. I'm actually here in the South studios, and you there listening to us as well. Now, Amnesty International decried poor response to rights abuses. Now, we know that Amnesty International will come in and then give their reports, and then when you talk about nations, like you take nations, advanced countries, you take a place like Britain or this, if Amnesty should come out to say anything like that, you will have the opposition parties or some individuals or group of people actually telling government, no, you have to have a look at whatever is going on. But it doesn't seem to be what goes on in Nigeria, and therefore Amnesty is saying that it's decrying the poor response to right abuses. Because, look at the Lekki Toll Gate incident that happened. Up to now, we've not heard, though there was a panel of investigation or this and that, we've not heard the recommendations being implemented or compensation given to people. We've not heard anything of the sort. Do you think Amnesty International is right on what they are saying?
Amnesty International has been, fighting, not just in Nigeria. We know they're all over around the world, and, the international report, the state of the world human rights. The question first is, do we have human rights in Nigeria? And, like I was listening to one of the artist, well known in Nigeria. You know, I was actually talking about him. Let's hear how the police wanted to question him. Maybe they should have done it in a proper way, but this is part of the abuses that takes place in Nigeria, and this is how he was also live streaming that on Instagram. His name is you know, I'm gonna get his full name because you know, we know him as Zazu, you know, but you know, we do know that that is not his full name. But I'm gonna try and get his his full name in just about a few minutes. But let's listen to how, you know, he was kind of with the Nigerian police yesterday at his business venture. Well, you can hear him there. His name is Abib Olalomi Oyegbile, popularly known as Portable. He's very, very popular, Yoruba artist. I'm not sure what happened yesterday, but there were Nigerian police from Ogun State that actually paid a courtesy visit, to his business venture, and the video has now become, one of the trending one on the social media. He's saying initially, you will not. Initially, actually means that somebody that is not going to prosper in life. I mean, if the citizen is actually saying to the police that you will never prosper, the question is, has the Nigerian police been prosper? When it comes to their well-being, their benefit, and making sure that they are not extorting from the average Nigeria at home. So the Amnesty International report it's not just focusing on Nigeria, and that is part of what we're going to be discussing later on Naija Voices. Amnesty International report on Nigeria. Human rights abuses, killing of protesters worsen more in Nigeria and other African nations. Star Radio UK.
Listeners, it is the Star Radio UK morning show, the Wednesday edition, and you know that we will be pressed with time, so we'll be moving on swiftly to some of the other stories making the rounds. Let me bring one quickly, and then we can move on to that from that and look at some of the other stories there. Now, the Southeast APC groups are moving to broker peace between Igbo and Yoruba. It's one of the stories, the headlines this morning. And I was looking at it and thinking that is some good reason, because we are all brothers. We need to. We are fighting one cause as well. Though they might be Yorubas, though they might be Igbos, they are all living together, all fighting for the fact that they want to break away, or they think that being marginalized, they need to seek redress. Now, members of the Southeast Igbo All Progressive Congress, APC Progressive Roundtable, the CIAPRO have warned against ethnic strife and tensions between Igbo and Yoruba, urging those making inciting statements to desist henceforth. The group, which made the call yesterday in Abuja, said its mission is to unite all APC members from the 5 Southeast states and neighboring states towards developing a common voice on issues concerning its members, the Southeast region, as well as the Igbo ethnic nationality in Nigeria. Now, we know that we have Professor Akintoye, who has made a statement. We had Dr. Chief Sunday IGBOHO also making a statement pertaining to all that and everything that went on before the gubernatorial elections. But do you think that the APC only just seeking to address that will appease everyone in the part in the southeast of Nigeria?
Well, we're told to find love, and make peace. But the question is, is there love, peace, and unity in Nigeria? It's not just about the political terrain in Nigeria. Let's take you back to, the Constitution itself. When we talk about, the Constitution, that probably maybe should have been used to bind and bring peace and love among Nigerians is not there. The politicians are, they're used to, when it comes to election period, to make, it sound as if there's a lot of problem. We do know that there's problem between Nigeria, the Igbos, the Yorubas, and the Hausa. But every time election is coming, it becomes worsened. And the reason why it's becoming worsened is also because of some of the utterances of some, not all the Igbos, putting out there that Lagos belongs to no man's land. And that is something that a lot of Yoruba disagree with. This is a Yoruba territory, and you cannot use that phrase to say Lagos belongs to no man's land. But it has been something that has been said for a very long time. But people also say the history cannot be forgotten as well, because it seems that it is not just the Igbo, there are also the Hausas and others that are much interested. There was a market fire yesterday, I'm not sure whether we talked about it.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
It's not just an Igbo market. We know that there's so much Yoruba selling in there, but we also have the proportion of Igbo traders in that market as well. The question then we ask ourselves is when politics becomes bitter, where politics is now being used to divide the people, then who are those that are going to face the brunt of it? It's just the layman there. A lot of us are probably married to some of the Igbos, and the same vice versa to the Hausa. Apart from those that are asking for the right to self-determination, we know that even the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has not favored any of us, but because the politicians are used to that. And let's just listen to one of the senators that spoke at the Senate floor some few years ago.
That goes for a tribe. That goes for a nation. And that goes for a multinational republic such as Nigeria. When a nation or republic cannot keep faith with justice and with the truth, it will never achieve unity. It will never achieve peace, and it will never achieve progress.
So the question is, how do we achieve peace, unity, and progress as we remain one Nigeria? And that is a big question in the lips of so many Nigerians, that those that believe in Nigeria and those that disagree that Nigeria should no longer be a country, it should be divided.
Wow. Okay, listeners, that is it for you there. All coming away from Star Radio. Okay, we'll go back to Yomi for the rest of the stories making the rounds and what is happening on the social media platform as well. Over to you, Yomi.
Well, later on at about 1800 hours on Niger Voices, we'll have a lot to deliberate when it comes to Amnesty International, report for Nigeria. We actually talked about the U.S. report on the human rights in Nigeria, but Amnesty International report 2022-2023, the state of the world human rights, and likewise the killing, the protests have become a worsen in Nigeria, and we'll be reviewing that. And some of those that have got missing, somebody like Daddy Yati has been missing since 2019. His daughter is now becoming probably about 3 years old, if not 4, and so many of such. Now let's take you back because of the time constraint this morning. Tinubu risk his life fighting for democracy. Is coming from the governor of Lagos State. Definitely we all know that during the Nadeko, Tinubu was out there fighting. But the question is, during that period that Tinubu was fighting, the military, is he going to also allow a very rule of law when power changed hand, on May 29? Because the federal government, like you say, says they will make sure that the transition goes ahead, even as court case cannot stop that. There is still rampage going on in Ogun State as kidnappers have killed 2 and as well adopted a couple. Southwest Nigeria, as also northeast and the northwest and the south are still going through a lot. Residents of Korioja in Bosudon village, as well as the neighboring communities in Obafemi Owode local government area of Ogun State, are currently living in fear over increasing cases of kidnapping in the area. Resident affected communities have resorted to faith as they live in constant fear of being adopted. It was gathered that there were 2 reports of killings in Korioja village, while another case of adoption was recorded in Bosundo village on Monday. And the question is, who are those behind this kidnapping, and the ransom then eventually have to be paid. They kidnapped 4 people, and one of them, popularly called Surveyor, was killed while he was trying to escape. The 3 others had to pay ransom before they were released. And these are so many other atrocities that is going on in Nigeria at exactly 25. Federal government $22 billion loan request rejected by Chinese bank. Again, it seems that we do know that the government continue to borrow, and whether the borrowing is for good reasons or not, but according to the National Assembly has extended the 2022 budget implementation, House of Representatives yesterday has approved the request by the federal government to borrow $973 million from a Chinese developing bank. This followed the decision by the China Exim Bank to reject Nigeria $22 billion loan request earlier approved by the National Assembly. According to the chairman of the House Committee on Rules and Business, Abubakar Fulata, moved a motion for the legislative chamber to amend his resolution granting approval for the failed loan deal. The motion was titled Rescission of the 2016-2018 Federal Government External Borrowing Plan. So we will continue to monitor that, as well as so many loans has been taken in the past, but in terms of whether it has been used properly is a different thing entirely. We're going to go straight to the social media, like I said, because of the time constraint on a Wednesday, because of the PMQ that we have to be going to later on. The young boy that was kidnapped, for believing in Biafra, probably about less than 10 years old. He was kidnapped over the weekend. We can confirm that the family has been able to get him back after a lot of search, and I think the kidnappers decided to release him, and this was happening somewhere in the southeast. Joe Igbokwe is trending again. Go to court is trending. We know that it has been the phrase of both APC and the federal government, and also the international community, that says if you think that the result of the election has not favored you, go to court. So that is actually trending this morning. And now let's go and see, in terms of Nigeria, what can we pick out that is trending? Once again, this is Star Radio UK. At 1800 hours later on tonight, we will have a lot to discuss when it comes to the Niger Voices on Star Radio UK. There's a video of a woman of Nasarawa State protest against the most unholy election robbery by Governor Sulu. They are not putting on any outfit apart from their knickers, and you can tell that it seems that so many different protests, especially with our mothers there in Nasarawa State. Let's come back again. Going by Nigerian history, I am not pessimistic that the election result can be overturned. It will depend on evidence. However, it is disturbing that we involve the judiciary in our election. Nigeria has the highest number of pre-election cases. And this is actually coming from, human rights activist, Femi Falana. And maybe we should listen to just a snip. It's just about a minute, and then we're going to close the broadcast. This is what he was saying this morning during an interview he granted somewhere on the news media network in Nigeria.
So the evidence produced by the petitioners, but I'm not in any way pessimistic having regards to our history with regards to election petitions. I can tell you that for me, it's extremely disturbing, and I've made the point repeatedly. We cannot continue to involve the judiciary in the election of the representatives of our people. We must put an end to it. And we have thought that with enough reforms of the electoral system, that by now we should be taking the courts out of the electoral system. I'm disturbed as a lawyer that Nigerians are now saying the elections have moved to the courts. That's not very complimentary. But as I did say elsewhere, Nigeria has the highest number of pre-election cases in the world and the highest number of election petitions. It should be a matter of concern.
Well, is it a matter of concern? We'll have to wait and see. Is Peter B. and Atiku going to be able to upturn the result? Femi Falana, the human rights activist, says it is disturbing that we involve the judicial in our election. Nigeria has the highest number of pre-election cases globally. He's also very not pessimistic that the election result can be overturned.
As for being pessimistic, we've all said it that we are not. We are not optimistic. We are pessimistic pertaining to that. We're not sure that they are going to rule in favor. But again, my question is, if people don't go seek redress from the courts, what do you want them to do? Do you want the APC supporters or the PDP or the Labour Party supporters to go and beat the APC supporters? So, how will we address it? Especially when INEC, who is supposed to be the referee, is some way, somehow involved in whatever thing that is going on. What does he expect?
Well, like I said, the reform should have been done, but it seems that those reforms are not, there yet. And we've seen the unleash of different things, especially every 4 years. I mean, calm down again. 4 years from now, we'll be coming back again and repeating the same thing. You will expect that there will be changes, to make it very easy in terms of the, electoral reform for those that still believe in Nigeria. I don't believe in one Nigeria anymore. But one thing I can say is that, 4 years from today, we'll be coming back and repeating the same thing. Remember that when we had Omoyele Sowore, in the studio with us just before the 2019 election, that, Star Radio UK traveled to Nigeria as well. He was talking about the same thing, the electoral reform and all sorts. But that hasn't changed. And the election then and now, what has been the difference? It has just been as go to court, which is trending on the Twitter this morning.
Interestingly, I think that when they know that it's going to benefit them, it's okay. We don't deal with it. Now, when you're out and then you think, I'm being cheated, you say, no, there needs to be a reform. The moment you come in, forget about it because it's working for you. But well, listeners, it's Star Radio UK. One before you go. Now, the small boy who was kidnapped in the southeast, now for supporting, what group is alleged to have kidnapped him?
Well, nobody has actually come out to, to say we are behind it. There was evidence pointing to the vigilante group of Enugu State, but they came out quickly to say, that is not their vehicle and that is not their mode of dressing. But it's just about 15 seconds. Let's hear from Kamsi, as is known.
As you can see, Kamsi is back home. Yes, Kamsi is back home. Kamsi, you are back here?
Well, if you watch the video of Kamsi being taken away over the weekend, you will know that Nigeria has a lot of problems. I mean, we're talking about a young boy that was probably just getting his view out to say, Nnamdi Kanu should not be kept there. He believes in Biafra. In some of his little video that got posted on the social media, and he actually said during the, the person speaking there is not Kamsi, is actually, I think, somebody that was recording. But Kamsi himself actually told us in the video that I listened to that the reason why he was picked up is because of his views, his belief in Biafra, and this is Kamsi voice now.
Comedy.
That song was Mother's song.
Okay, that's Mother's Day.
Yes. So, my mom was cooking when they knock at the gate.
Okay.
One of our neighbors go and open the way to open the gate.
Okay.
They used fast to enter our compound.
Okay, one of them pointed at you, saying, "Are you?" So, okay.
So, then my mother called the driving, said they will carry me, they will carry me. So
and if you watch that video, it's quite disturbing, that we've got to the stage that, people can send somebody, to pick up, I mean, these young Nigerians that are probably just, hearing their views out there, when I watched that video, even some also said that was a prank, and that is what Nigeria has turned to, because a lot of people are making different comedies, and sometimes I've seen comedies that sometimes you might wonder that maybe it's real, but it has become a prank. But that was not a prank, according to those managing this young boy. He was actually kidnapped for more than 48 hours until there was a lot of noise around the world, and they actually let him go.
Well, we'll talk about that tomorrow, because I don't get it. Why should a little boy, 10 years, why should he be apprehended? What has he done? Has he caused any trouble? He's just expressing himself. Why should he go through that? And who are this? Are they some people from the federal government or people who are against the fact that maybe the IPOB are saying that let's now break away from Nigeria? Is that what is going on? But we'll be telling you more about that. Yomi, before you go, again, what are we looking at tonight on the Niger Voices once again, please?
Well, tonight we'll be, looking at the Amnesty International report on Nigeria, and likewise, so many, and that is a Kamsi there. You can see is very, young little boy there that was picked up over the weekend. So Amnesty International report is our focus this evening. Make sure you tune in on Star Radio UK, where I'll be discussing everything about human rights abuses in Nigeria. And when we talk about, Kamsi, it's just as many of different human rights on different innocent children, whether they are in the north, in the southeast. We have a lot of Alimajiri in the north, and today nobody cares about them. We have a lot of people in the IDP camp, nobody cares about them, and all these will be discussed later on tonight.
Yummy, let me say thank you very much for that wonderful time with you. We'll see you later.
Bye for now.
Bye-bye. Well, listeners, that has been Mr. OLAMILEKAN Koiki bringing you updates from Nigeria. It is now gone exactly 11:37. I'm going to bring you music, and it's most likely I'll be taking you straight to some other stories making the rounds due to some technical upgrade that is being signaled. Is being signaled at the moment. So wherever you are, stay tuned. Don't you go away.
All right, and we come back to the program again, as we are now 11:36. We're probably just about an hour more, and then let me bring my face back in. Let's come up from the back end. I can sight one of my beautiful auntie there. I hope you're back from Lagos. I was monitoring while you were in Nigeria. She's done it. She's written a lot of books, well known within the Nigerian community. I say very good morning to you. That's when I used to work and engage with the Nigerian community. But I don't do so anymore, because I don't believe in that shit-o country called Nigeria. And that's why I have actually stayed away from the Nigerian community. But that does not mean that those that we've known each other, we will become enemies of each other. They are Yorubas, they are Igbos. Some of them are Hausa. I think I have a few Hausa. Not a lot of them in UK that I know, but the ones that we know, we are still friends. But it's just that I don't believe in that crazy country. Otojometa, YòRàBÁ, I asked of you yesterday. I believe it is work. 11:38. So I'm going to open our phone line just for probably an hour, because and I've spent 2 hours 16 minutes already. So if you want to, join the conversation, this is always your own opportunity. Apart from your comment there, Muki Igbomi or Latunja Ofeso, Yaradua election and Obasanjo election is even worse. Yaradua, you don't die. I hope another one never die. Muki Walori, Instagram, like I always say. A very good afternoon, good evening to those of you that are listening and watching. Mr. Shitu, among me. Okay, maybe I should. And those of you that are saying, Koiki, Ijebu-Ode will relate to Fimo, why? You should ask yourself, does that look like Ijebu-Ode? But that is the future that we are talking about, not the future in that messed up country. So yesterday, we've been posting a couple of different videos of, my posts. Some of you have seen it on Instagram. Some of you have come across them. And questions have been asked. I didn't even remember as well, to be honest, that all of my kakajo buruku Nigeria, ṣe rántí pé last year March ni wọ́n pa girl yìí, not her alone, you know, with so many other individuals on the train attack. So nígbà tí mo wà lórí Twitter, a lot of you don't have Twitter, mo kí ìyàwó Grace Olùṣọ́tọ̀, ẹ má bínú, mo sùn lọ lánàá lórí program tá a máa ń ṣe yẹn, but mo bá Mr. Stephen sọ̀rọ̀ after the program. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. Ohun yẹn gbé mi lọ ni, you know, body no be wood. Mo wà pẹ̀lú yín, but ohun yẹn gbé mi lọ. Mo kí Prince Adébáyọ̀ Ṣítù. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin ẹ̀gbọ́n mi, ẹ̀yin àbúrò mi. Ẹ̀yin tájọ́ wà nínú Nigerian community. I don't believe in Nigeria, so that is why I am now focused on Yoruba Nation. I will talk about Nigeria. As some of you have said, Koikimedia should change the Nigeria voices. Hello, Star Radio. You know, let's leave it for now like that. Even during the program, I say it right there. My views. I don't believe in Nigeria anymore. You know, it's not a country. If you have the right to still believe in Nigeria, but I don't have the right. But I'm sure again, let's play his video here again. Ẹ̀rí bó ṣe ń ṣe tíkẹ̀ tó ń jáde, mo kí Yami Grace Senior JP. Like I said, mo wà nù program yẹn lánàá, but mo mọ̀ nígbà tó ń yẹ gbé mi lọ. I was very tired, you know. I wake up very early sometimes. Depending on some of you, like I always say, I handle my Twitter myself. Facebook, I have a lot of back-end team that post a lot of things, but I do a lot of posting as well. I do my Instagram myself. So anything Tebari on Instagram, I'm the one posting it myself. So Tebari, if you post the time, if you post me, that means I'm awake. But please do not disturb me by trying to call me, or you know, that's just my own time. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night. Like Elon Musk was saying, I don't want to play that video anymore because each time I look video, YouTube man pada wala sọ pé ó fẹ́ ká lo video interview Elon Musk tí mo ṣe yẹn. Wọ́n bí pé tó bá sùn, pé tó bá jí, kí ló máa ń kọ́kọ́ ṣe? Just like every one of us, you know, a máa gbé fóònù wa, even though it's a bad habit. Ọ̀yà ká kọ́kọ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè pé a sùn a jí. Mo kí Mr. Nurudeen Babatunde, no, Nurudeen Ajani Busari. Mo kí ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní Libya. So Elon Musk sọ pé tó bá sùn tó máa jí, he always believe that there is a problem tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀, which is true. Ẹ mọ̀ pé torí section kan làwọn máa ń wò all the time, which is Nigeria. But bí a torí àwa jẹ́ media, we move around. So I try to see kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Mexico, kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní. I don't have time. I don't watch movie. I mean, I watch movie, but I don't stay too long on movies because there's a lot happening around the world continuously. Ìtìyàn bá dẹ̀ mọ̀ náà ló mọ̀. But one thing is, last year, this time last year, people have been kidnapped in Nigeria. Òun ṣe àwa Yorùbá la kidnap wọn, òun ṣe àwọn Igbo ló kidnap wọn, but Fulani terrorists. And that actually led to the death of this beautiful, you know, I mean, I'm sure somebody would love to marry this our beautiful sister, even if we're not from the same tribe. You would love to marry her, especially she's a doctor, you know. She was meant to be traveling to Canada on Friday. I think the incident happened on a Wednesday, I can't remember. But week here, one of us padà lọ Kaduna, don't feel up palẹ̀ mọ́, feel up mú kankan. And ẹ mọ̀ ikú tó bá máa pààyàn, ó máa rí kankan mú lọ, òun lọ̀rọ̀ ikú. We are all gonna die. As at last year, before 28, Dr. Chinelo was alive with us. So ìwọ tó ń sọ pé, Nigeria, I go die for Nigeria. Fine. Just make sure that ikú tó fẹ́ kú fún Nigeria yẹn is the right death. Gbọ́mi dáadáa, mo kí Pastor Mo. It remains a sad news. And ẹ mọ̀ pé government kò tẹ̀ release the statement kò tẹ̀ what they come. Irú ìlú wo la tẹ̀ wà lọ́n torí Ọlọ́run?
I don't understand. Kò ní bàjẹ́ fún Azeez láti Miami. Mo kí Mr. Ayọ̀rẹ́. Ṣé mọ̀ pé gọ́fìmẹ̀ntì kò tẹ̀ ṣe I don't know kí ni kò ṣe náà. Kò tẹ̀ release the statement kò tẹ̀ pé àwọn tó kú ní train attack yẹn. Ṣé mọ̀ pé bá ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ mọ̀ pé mo ka news kan lẹ́ẹ̀kan ní Ogun State. Ṣé mọ̀ pé last year lélẹ́yìí. So ìwọ tí à ń sọ fún pé tá a bá jáde ní protest ká shut down Nigeria ká block airport ká block every goddamn thing wàláì ojú kan la máa wà. Mo fẹ́ lọ mú story Ogun State yẹn wá ẹ wo Ogun State lélẹ́yìí nísìn. Rampage Ogun kidnappers kill 2 adopted couple a year after our sister that got killed. This girl, well, not the girl, we say this woman. She was actually killed. I have the video. Video yẹn ṣe ta lè play rárá. Òkú girl yìí, video ẹ̀ wà lọ́wọ́ mi. Nígbà tó pa tán life has no meaning kò ní dá fún gbogbo ẹni tó bá ṣe sọ pé wọ́n Nàìjíríà. Ẹ má bínú. Mad people all over the place. How can we still be talking about one Nigeria when people are being killed? This a year after she was killed, we are still talking about rampage. Lórí ẹ̀ bó ṣe rí, ó dàbí orí àgbọn. Eléyìí ò lè ṣe kankan because they are just there as a puppet. Àwọn òyìnbó gbogbo wọn lọ ti swear allegiance pẹ̀lú àwọn òyìnbó burúkú yìí. Gbogbo àwọn governors yìí wọ́n ti wá swear allegiance pẹ̀lú àwọn òlú burúkú tá a fi máa dárúkọ wọn. Gbogbo ilẹ̀ àwọn òlú yẹn gbogbo wọn lọ́ti wá júbà pé ìta máa ṣe o on behalf of ìjọba ìlú yìí ni o. Everybody knows that. So kí lélẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe nísìn nínú constitution tó jẹ́ ti Nàìjíríà because everybody knows that the fraudulent constitution is one of the biggest problems. Constitution yẹn ò lè fún yín ní ọlọ́pàá. Mo fi lọ gbé constitution burúkú yẹn jáde. Òun lélẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ n gbé wá sí iwájú ọ níbí báyìí. Constitution burúkú yẹn. Tabade and sorrow, I Koiki shut up. And I just check. Shut up here. I go back and look at your page, and I see that you are smelly people. Àtàwọn obìnrin olórí burúkú àwọn obìnrin òṣì àwọn ìyá wèrè àwọn sorry timeline mi a máa pọ̀ jágbajàgba wọ́n ní shut up wọ́n ní you take all the money from Yoruba nation. Ìyẹn ló máa ń dùn wọ́n pé mi ni mo jí gbogbo owó Yoruba nation. Òrì pé òun ni mo fi ń gbádùn ayé mi báyìí. So ó rò pé mo ní ayé tẹ́lẹ̀. I have a life before Yoruba nation. So fi pé mo lazy bí ṣé ìyá tèmi tó ní foresight tó gbé mi jáde ẹja yọ ojú ìsàṣẹ ìkúrò jáde àmì bàbú ní tẹ́lẹ̀. Ṣé mọ́mísì tèmi tó mọ̀ pé Nàìjíríà ìlú jágbajàgba kọ́ tó ṣe 1993 election ni mọ́mísì tèmi ti sá jáde nínú Nàìjíríà. Ó lọ ní 91, 92, 93. 94, 95, 96, 97, 98. 7 years after, ó mú èmi náà kúrò. Before then, ló ti máa wà mélòó kan kúrò. Èmi ni ẹni tó tẹ̀lé àwọn méjì tó kọ́kọ́ lọ. 7 years after tí mo sì mi ti kúrò, ló pull wa náà pé, ló pull èmi náà pé. Mo ní mo fẹ́ lọ sí Unilag, mo sì mi kí ló jẹ́ Unilag. Bó tẹ̀ lọ university gan better kó wà ní UK. Gbogbo ẹni tẹ̀ lọ university kílẹ̀ rí fi ṣe. Fraud ní gbogbo yín tẹ̀ lọ university ò ṣìwò rẹ lọ. Àná lọ university. Ṣèbó gbé díẹ̀ sílẹ̀ lọ ń gbà sí fún ló fi gba result ṣèbí wọn bribe lecturer ni ìyẹn ni UK ò ṣe pé bá dé máa gbé result kan dé ní result ṣe gbé jágbàjàgbà result jágbàjàgbà kúrò níwájú àwọn gbé result lọ sí university kan níbí báyìí tó bá ti wò báyìí Nigeria university result fún gbé jágbàjàgbà náà ó jẹ́ lọ ṣe course kékeré kan ó jẹ́ lọ ṣe health and safety kó wá fi wọ university níbí báyìí kò dìgbà tó bá ní result Nigeria education Nigeria tó ní bá ìgbà tèmi dé tí mo lọ sọ fún London Metropolitan pé WAEC wọ́n ní WAEC wọ́n ní kò sí WAEC ní London kò sí ọ́fíìsì wọn ní London the whole West African Examination Council ṣé kò yẹ kó ní base ní UK just reason káàbọ̀ dàrí àwọn olùsí wọn náà ń gbé result kan bọ̀ gbogbo àtàdé pátápátá ẹ wá parọ́ fún mi pé result ẹgbẹ́ náà àtẹgbẹ́ result yẹn dé wọ́n lè value àwọn kan wọ́n kàn wò gbòkè bọ̀ tó máa ṣe test oní 2-2 láti bo Ifẹ̀ University
but you still have to take a test in this country. Ṣé mọ̀ pé UK tí àwa ní wọ́n ní ká máa sọ English tó bá tètè lù wá ní kó lọ ṣe English wá ní kó lọ ṣe English test. A ti wọ one chance ní pẹ́. Mr. Jimmy Mukin, a ti wọ one chance. Oh, tí gbọ́n ọdún mọ̀ sọ. Sori ìwọ tó ń sọ pé Koiki shut up. Oh, má ní kí shut up because mom sì tèmi ti sá kúrò Nàìjíríà. Èmi ọ̀nà ọmọ ẹlòmíì wá. I don't know whether my mom is, I saw her earlier on. Mom see me one anytime tí bá ti go live, my mom is with me. Yeah, bẹ́ẹ̀ àfi tó bá jẹ́ pé nǹkan mi lè ní ṣe. Koiki olè, Koiki this, ó kàn dùn yín pé torí London ni mo wà. Ṣé mi ni problem yìí ni? Èmi kọ́ ni problem Nàìjíríà. Àwọn Gilbert Ṣàgórì, mo ní wọ́n jí wọ́n dá $65 million. Gbàtẹ́ gbómùgọ̀ nìyẹn, ò ní gbọ́ yẹn. Ọ̀rọ̀ ti gbowó tó ń sọ káàkiri àwọn màlè, àwọn tí wọ́n níran. Àwọn yẹn níran ni wọ́n níran. Ẹni kí wọ́n sọ ìran wọn kájọ gbé yẹ̀wò. Kò sẹ́ni tó mọ bàbá tèmi. Àwọn yẹn wọ́n níran ni. Because mọ́mísì tèmi ti rí vision pé ìlú táwọn ti ń gbádùn táwọn jẹ corn beef. Ṣé o mọ̀ pé àwọn jẹ corn beef nígbà tẹ́mi wà ní secondary primary school onward nursery and primary school tí mo lọ mo sọ fún mi pé mo lè boast anytime because ìyá tó bí mi Hong Kong mo ti mọ Hong Kong in the 80s aago lọ́mọ lọ́ra ní Hong Kong. Èyí olùsí èyí ká ní parent èyí tẹ wá láti inú oko ká ní ká develop oko ìyàn kan wá sọ fún mi pé Koiki ṣe Ìjẹ̀bú lélẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ Ìjẹ̀bú náà ni ṣé ó jọ Ìjẹ̀bú lọ́dọ̀ tiẹ̀ ọ̀dẹ̀. Ṣé àwọn ibi tí mo fi ń wọ̀n yẹn ṣé ó jọ Ìjẹ̀bú? Ṣé nígbà tí wọ́n rí àwọn picture tó ń ráwòrán yẹn ṣé ó jọ Ìjẹ̀bú? Ṣé ó jọ Ìjẹ̀bú lọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀? Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àwọn ọmọ ìrankíran. Corn beef táwa ń jẹ ni mọ́mísí mi sọ pé ìjà àwọn ọmọ ìmàlè máa jẹ corn beef tá a bá sì wà ní Nàìjíríà. She was a secretary. Mo sọ fún yín pé mọ́mísí mi ṣe máa ń correct English mi. Tí bá post English mọ́mísí máa ní náà English yẹn ọ̀dà lọ edit ẹ̀. Because àwọn kàwé dé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Gbogbo ìwé ìṣìwò lẹ́yìn kà ní yunifásitì ṣì burúkú èèyàn kan bí mi pé ṣé Ìjẹ̀bú Òde lè ṣé inú ẹ̀jẹ̀ ó jẹ́ Ìjẹ̀bú Òde wọ́n pa ọmọ yìí ní last year and up to this year wọ́n sì ń pààyàn ní Ogun State wà wá sọ fún mi pé Nàìjíríà máa da orí òpè you are mad ìwọ máa sọ fún mi pé Nàìjíríà máa da níbo ni Nàìjíríà ti fẹ́ da ọ̀nà wo ló fẹ́ gbà da pẹ̀lú constitution burúkú constitution mùjẹ̀mùjẹ̀ tó gbélé yín lọ́wọ́ constitution tí Ogun State ò lè touch resources ẹ̀ ó lè ṣe tó bá jẹ́ pé ilẹ̀ Yorùbá la wà nǹkan constitution máa ti wà tó máa sọ fún pé àwa la ní resources yìí èèyàn òyìnbó mélòó ló ń wá sí Olúmọ̀rọ̀ láti wá ṣe tourism ọdẹ tourist mélòó ló jẹ́ òyìnbó ẹ̀yin ọ̀dẹ̀ ẹ̀yin ọmọ èmi jẹ́ corn beef nígbà tí mo wà ní primary school mọ̀mísí mi ò wá fẹ́ make sure pé ká bá lè máa rí corn beef yẹn jẹ òun wá sá kúrò ó sá lọ wá sí UK pé ó bẹ́tà kí wọ́n máa ṣiṣẹ́ because à ń tajà yẹn kò lè wọ́ọ̀kì mọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń tajà nísìnyí ní Nàìjíríà owó mùjẹmùjẹ ní ogun lẹ́ ń ṣe you are all crime tẹ́ ń ṣe nínú Lagos yẹn gan sẹ̀ àwọn ni wọ́n fẹ́ gbẹ̀kọ́ mọ́ àwọn lọ́wọ́ àwọn mọ̀mísí tiwa tó ń tajà ní Lagos nínú Lagos state gangan wọ́n jẹ́ kọ́rí ṣe mọ́ nígbà tó dé stage kan tí dọ́là fi máa change táwọn olórí burúkú Haúsá àwọn Haúsá ló ọ̀tẹ̀ yàtọ̀ náà Haúsá àti Fúlàní ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ni wọ́n àṣàwọn wèrè yẹn lọ bà wọ́n jẹ́ gbogbo táìmì àwọn ọmọ sí tiwa wọn ò ní lówó ṣẹ́ nínú bank tó bá fẹ́ ṣẹ́wó tó bá fẹ́ travel wọ́n máa lọ ṣe lọ́dọ̀ málà ni ṣèbóun lẹ́ ṣe títí dèsì ẹ̀yin ọmọ ọ̀ràn kíran tani ẹ̀yìn kan bí mi pé iná Ogun State náà ni ṣé bíbá ìjọ Ogun State lọ́dọ̀ tiẹ̀ ọ̀dẹ̀ ṣé ó jọ Ogun State mo jẹ every Sunday wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ di ẹyin nínú ilé tiwa mọ̀ sí mi máa travel wọ́n ń pe kinní kan ní U-turn tó bá gbéra tó bá ṣe tán ní she was a secretary with Mobile Oil ẹ̀yin olóṣì ẹ̀fí kò tó bá yẹ pé o lè ní mọ̀ sí pé níbi àwọn bàbá lórí burúkú àwọn bàbá tó bí àwọn bàbá tó yẹ kẹdá sí ìdìsí lórí ẹ̀fí pé tó bá yẹ pé mọ̀ sí mi fẹ́ kówó Nàìjíríà jẹ nígbà tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ní Mobile Oil kò ní ti kówó jẹ ìyẹn kan máa ń sọ fún mi pé olè ó ti kówó jẹ ìgbà tẹ́ bá yàn rówó rí rówó rí ni tẹ́ bá rówó rí ni èlò yes ibi tí wọn bá ti ń ṣe nìyẹn ti ń jẹ nọ́mà nìyẹn àtayébáyé láti bá yẹn gbọ̀kàn ṣe pé kó wá jàjẹ́ pa ẹ jáde kẹ́ sọ pé ẹ̀rí flag gbà èèyàn máa lè mo sọ fún yín pé màmá tẹ̀ sí yín lójú nítorí pé àwa mọ́mísì tèmi was a secretary ẹ̀rọ mi ló ti ẹ̀ńtọ́jọ́ ọ̀gá yín wọ́n bẹ mọ́mísì mi pé kọ́nìṣó ní Switzerland wọ́n sì ní kí ló ń ṣe níbẹ̀ ní Switzerland níbo ọ̀gá wọn fẹ́ yìí dé àbí kíní kan mọ̀ rántí orúkọ máa náà ọ̀ràn mi létí nísìn èèyàn máa lè tani bàbá yín tani ìyá yín bàbá tèmi ti kú pọ̀ tó ní history ìyá tèmi sì wà láyé history ẹ̀dẹ̀ lọ kò dẹ̀ bàjẹ́ ní UK 30-something years in UK kò bàjẹ́ kò járẹ̀ sí wọ́wọ́ bára wọn jà pé wọ́n wá jáde wọ́n wá ń jayọ́ wọ́n wá fi pọn èyí tẹ̀ fi parent tẹ̀ fi ṣe comedy lórí social media èèyàn máa lè tani ìran yín tí mọ̀ sí tèmi bá fẹ́ kówó jẹ tó bá fẹ́ jẹ́wọ́ Nàìjíríà ni ó ní opportunity yẹn ànímálà kan sẹ́ nígbà tí mọ̀ sí mi ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọ́n ló wá sọ pé òun fẹ́ ra lé mo mọ bó ṣe sọ sórí yẹn fún mi mọ́ létí Fáyìdé ni ọ̀gá mọ̀ sí tèmi ẹjẹ́ ń lọ òbí àlè lójú bàbá náà kọ́lọ̀ fọ́run kẹwọn ẹ̀yin olùṣẹ́ ẹ̀yin ọmọ ẹ̀yin àni pé ó lè ní Kóìkì yẹn ó lè ní Kóìkì tí mọ̀ sí tèmi bá fẹ́ jí owó Nàìjíríà á ti jẹ́ nígbà tó jẹ́ secretary orúkọ bàbá yẹn mo fẹ́ gbé jáde nísìn Chief Fáyìdé ló ń jẹ́ yan mad Nàìjíríà àwọn ilé ìṣiṣẹ́ nígbà yẹn NNPC let me see if I can just get it mo mọ̀ bí wọ́n picture ẹ̀ ló wà lórí social media because àwọn ilé ìkòsọ́rọ̀ social media níjọ́ náà lọ́hùn lè má gbé jáde àwọn tó bá mọ àwọn báyìí àwọn yẹn wọ́n ní kọ́ wá ṣiṣẹ́ kọ́ kò lè gbé jáde ọ̀rọ̀ bá ń sọ ọ̀rọ̀ in the 70s là ń sọ yìí social media tí ìdè ń gbà yẹn wọn rẹ̀ tí ìjọba ẹgbẹ́ Nàìjíríà dá náà ni ṣé kò jẹ́ kí lóun bàbá yẹn kọ́ ti fi details wọn sórí social kọ́ ti upgrade ẹ̀ kọ́ ti fi wọn sórí Wikipedia àgbàtẹ́ ẹ̀ à ń fi Fẹ́yìndé sí ń gbé Buhari jáde ṣé yẹ kí ìyàwó Buhari rẹ kó máa jáde ìlú wèrè mad people all over the place èmi sọ fún yín pé anytime mo lè become èmi mo sọ fún yín pé tábánẹ́ni tó lè dẹnu jù mo lè dẹnu because ẹnu mi dùn bẹ́ẹ̀ ni on beef lọ fi tọ́ mi dàgbà àti milk tí mo fi ṣe tán ní secondary school wọ́n make sure pé provision kùn wọ́n wá ṣé ìyẹn tó tẹ̀tí ṣé ìyá tó tẹ̀tí travel ní 99 nígbà tí wọ́n sì mi ti mọ̀ pé ó máa travel ló kó wa lọ sí boarding school because ó ti mọ̀ pé boarding school yẹn ló máa fi wá sí kò dẹ́ ṣe boarding school private ni mo lọ private ni mo lọ so for me to now come out ma sọ fún yín pé Nàìjíríà ò gbádùn ó yẹ kí ẹ lè understand pé kò gbádùn náà ni tá bá sọ pé ó gbádùn nígbà kan ó gbádùn gbogbo gbádùn mọ́ nísìnyí kò lálàáfíà ó lálàáfíà ni ẹ pa ọmọ ọlọ́mọ how can this beautiful woman or beautiful sister like this be killed in Nigeria and the Nigerian are still telling me Nigeria is going to war how? Okay. How? À ń sọ fún yín pé Nigeria is not a country. Maybe at some point it was a country, but now Nigeria is not a country. And if anybody saying it's a country, ẹ pè sórí program kẹ wá prove ẹ fún mi. Ẹ̀yin still believe in one Nigeria ni mo bá sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ wá prove ẹ fún mi. Ẹ forget about ọ̀rọ̀ Tinubu kọ́ là ń sọ nísìn. À ń sọ̀rọ̀ the whole of Nigeria. Ẹ wá prove ẹ fún mi. Àkódà pé mo ti rí mo mọ̀ bí àwọn náà ni. Mo ti rí wọn mo ti google ẹ níbí báyìí mo ti rí ẹni tí mò ń wá chief mo ti rí wọn gbàtà mo ti fi initial yẹn sí ó gbé jáde lẹ́ẹ̀kan ó ti gbé jáde nísìn èèyàn máa lẹ́yìn tẹ́ mìíràn ṣojú wọn lélẹ̀ I think OPEC Nigerian Air Chief láti Nàìjíríà ṣe dá lélẹ̀ táwọn èèyàn tó ń rówó ná bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ní wọ́n fi ń gbọ́ ọmọ Ìjẹ̀bú lèmi ẹ lọ bèrè ìtàn àwọn Ìjẹ̀bú àwọn lọ fún Britain ní papa problem. The new head of organization of the petroleum exporting country says he wants to begin a dialogue with the consumer countries. We both striving for the same goals to conserve resources and ensure that the world community gets its energy supply is reasonable. Chief Marshal Otikoti Fáyìdé ṣáwọn náà ni mọ́mì ṣáwọn ni ní dá fún yín 48-year-old director of the Nigerian Petroleum Momsimi was the secretary fún bàbá yìí ẹ̀yin gbòòṣì tó bá yẹ pé mi fẹ́ jẹ owó Nàìjíríà ni Momsimi àti jí owó àti ralé sí London tipẹ́tipẹ́ in the 70s ni Momsimi àti ralé sí London à ń bọ̀ sí bọ́ sí kí ló fẹ́ ralé sí ó ní ọkọ̀ tó dáa ó fẹ́ ọkọ̀ tó dáa lọ́wọ́ ìwọ wọ́n ní kò ń gba bribe wọ́n ní bàbá yẹn ò kí ń gba bribe he doesn't accept bribe and he doesn't give bribe ẹ̀yin olùsì èmi á sọ ìtàn fún yín èmi àwa ní street ẹ lọ béèrè èyí tata lẹ́yìn má pa yín lórí social media mo sọ fún yín pé ìmọ̀ tẹ̀ ń bá dì ìjọ jáde ó headline ó forúkọ wa sí ọmọ àlè jókòó sí Amẹ́ríkà mo ní láti máa dárúkọ yín because you are relevant to us He doesn't accept bribe and he doesn't give bribe. Ẹ wo tó kọjáde níjọ́ náà lọ́hùn. À ń sọ̀rọ̀ Article December 13, 1974, OPEC Nigerian head. Ìwọ wá sọ bí tí parent ẹ̀ ti wà níjọ́ náà lọ́hùn. Ẹ jẹ́ n padà sẹ́yìn. Ẹ jẹ́ n copy eléyìí. Ẹ ti jẹ gbèsè, ẹ ti mọ̀ kankan. Ẹ rò pé tí bá wá sórí social media tí wọ́n náà fún mi lówó ẹ ṣe kinní kan. Àpọ́nlé màá la máa ṣe gbogbo yẹn. Ẹ kúkú rán mi iṣẹ́. Èdè mi mọ́ rán mi iṣẹ́. Bàbá náà lélẹ̀ máa jáàbì. Ó rà pé picture wọn lélẹ̀. Kọ́nà bá wa fọ̀run kẹ́ wọn. Ṣojú wọn lélẹ̀ àbí? I think so. Ó rà pé ojú wọn lélẹ̀. I should think so. Continue. Náà ni. Michelle Ototiki Fayide, Chief M.O. Fayide, later attended Carbon School of Mines, University of Exeter, Imperial College of Science and Technology, University of London. He was the Secretary General of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Country. Anything ìyá tèmi ṣiṣẹ́ lábẹ́ nílé yẹn yóò lù sí. Ẹ wá sọ fún mi pé mi kò wo Yorùbá nation jẹ. Tèmi bá fẹ́ jẹ́wọ́ Nàìjíríà, èmi á ti jẹ́ true mom sí tèmi. But nílé ìjáde báyìí láti wá máa sọ̀rọ̀. Ìyàtọ̀ tó wà ń bẹ nìyẹn. Ìyàtọ̀ tó wà ń bẹ nìyẹn. Ìyàtọ̀ tó wà ń bẹ ni pé Ọlọ́run tọ́jú àwọn àkànpamọ́ fúnra àwọn ìjọba yìí ni. So that a lè jáde ká boast anytime. Ègbóhùn là ń kà nísìn. Ẹ lè lọ bẹ́tẹ̀ lẹ́lẹ́tẹ̀kẹ̀. Ẹ̀bà níbẹ̀. Last year she was killed. This year we are still having the same problem. It's because part of that is this shit old constitution. So don't come here and tell me that Nigeria is going to work. How? Ọ̀nà wo ló fẹ́ gbà work? Ẹ wo jọ́nà lọ́hùn. Ẹ tó bá yẹ pé Nàìjíríà fẹ́ dá ní. Tó bá yẹ pé wọ́n maintain structure yẹn ni. Wọ́n nígbà tó fẹ́ máa lọ sí OPEC Geneva, mẹ́ta ní kí wọ́n sì mi máa bọ̀ wọ́n sì mi ní kí ló ń ṣe níbẹ̀. Irọ́ àwọn lọ. Because they believe in Nigeria until 1991, ni mo sì mi náà wà realize pé Nigeria yóò ní work. No. We should get the hell out of Nigeria. He was an engineer by profession. How many engineers ní sí ló ń ṣe POS? How many engineers ní sí ló ń gbọ̀kadà káàkiri? Let's go further and read. At least you're learning something new again today about background tèmi ti jáde. He was the Secretary General of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries. Tá à ń pè ní OPEC. Tẹ̀lé fẹ́mi ní high blood pressure mo kàn fẹ́ jẹ́ kọ́ mọ̀ ni because sometimes our people don't understand that àwa kan ẹ lè fi ìdọ̀tí dá wa lára. Ẹ bá fi máa rẹ́ra yín lára ẹ lọ́ máa fi rẹ́ra yín lára. Well read làwa because máa ń sọ ẹni tó travel ló ní education tó pọ̀ jù. When you travel around you will see. Tèmi wá káàkiri ń sìn èmi náà wá sọ pé ìwọ̀nba tí mo sì mi náà ti rí ẹ jẹ́ kí èmi náà máa sọ fún èèyàn ọmọ Yorùbá pé bó ṣe ń lọ leléyìí o. Èèyàn kan máa ń bi mí pé ṣógun state lélẹ̀ náà fìdípọ̀tẹ̀ ni fìdípọ̀tẹ̀. He was seconded as the Secretary General of OPEC in 1976 and that's why the story came out here. Because article is December 13, 1974. Nígbà tí epo lọ̀bẹ̀ yìí wà Nàìjíríà. Nígbà tó rí tó detect epo, àwa lépo yẹn dáadáa. Wọ́n lò jàgbàjàgbà jógbòjògbò. And as you can see there, the new head of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries says he wants to begin a dialogue with the consumer countries. Àwọn wo ló ń consume Britain, America, àwọn other countries ló ń consume epo. Àwa làwa ní epo. Ẹ wá imagine láti 1974 àárí refinery kọ́ títí di wákàtí àárí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ìyẹn kan máa ń bínú pé ṣé Ìjẹ̀bú Òde náà Ìdípọ̀tẹ̀ ni bí abíbà ìjọ Akínyẹlé ó jọ Àfijó ó jọ Ẹgbẹ́dá ó jọ Ìbàdàn North ṣé bíbà ìjọ Ìbàdàn North ó ń bí mi pé fáàmù olélè Ọbásanjọ́ farm ni mo wà mad people all over the place Ọbásanjọ́ farm ni mo wà nú ẹ̀ orí tí mo ń dóde Ọbásanjọ́ wà nílé white yẹn ó ní kí n dúró kí n sáré ṣe picture àti fídíò ó máa jáde wá bá mi tó ó jọ Ọbásanjọ́ farm àbójọ Ṣàngó ṣé bíbà jẹ́gẹ́ bí Ifọ̀ ó lè dàbí Ifọ̀ if we have done the right thing with the Nigerian crude oil and ní crude oil ní refinery ẹ̀rí pé oríwọ̀ pé àwa sọ pé lù nìyẹn because wọn ò ní jẹ́ kí àwọn bàbá yìí níjọ́ náà lọ wọn ò ní jẹ́ kó ṣe the right process all our refineries collapse mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àwa ń dúró de refinery Dangote tí ó yẹ ká ṣe máa dúró de refinery Dangote as far back as 1974 ni wọ́n ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ epo ní Nàìjíríà àwa ṣe ń dúró de refinery Dangote ẹ jẹ́ ká kà díẹ̀ sínú átíkù èmi kúkú kọ́ mo kọ́ New York Times ló kúkú kọ́ àwọn kúkú ní archive. This is a digitalized version of an article from the Times print archive níjọ́ náà long before the start of online publication in 1996. To preserve this article as they originally appear, the Times does not alter, edit or update. Ẹ wo bó ṣe rí níjọ́ náà long ẹ kì í save ẹ̀. Èmi náà gbé lọ sínú archive mi. Mo ṣe sọ fún yín pé gbogbo tá à ń ṣe lénìí wọ́n máa kà ní ìjọ iwájú 200 years from now àwọn kan máa dúpẹ́ pé àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kan dúró bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ ṣe gan ni ìyá mi Ìyábọ̀ ọmọ tẹ̀mọ̀ pé wà bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ n ka àwọn kọ́mẹ́ǹtì jáde ẹ káàbọ̀ mọ́ mi. We own the petrol but we are suffering. Wọ́n náà máa tẹ́pọ̀ ní 750 per litre ẹ̀rù bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣeré bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ìyá mi Florence mad people all over the place. Ẹ̀yin wá fi máa ń kàn bí ara yín pé àníṣe àwa Elédùmarè ló kọ̀ kí pé ẹ̀rọ àwa fún ìjọba yìí because àwa náà ti lè gba yabara lọ́gbọ̀n mi. Mo sọ fún yín nígbà tí mo dé UK ní 1998 bí ìyàwó tó train wa ṣe fi wá sílẹ̀ náà ló sì bá èmi bẹ́ẹ̀ ló bá àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ because we were given whatever we needed. Ẹ lọ bí mi ẹ lọ sí phase 2 kẹ lọ wá bí mi ní ìbẹ́ kúkú ti lọ tẹ́lẹ̀ náà ní ìbùkún mo tẹ̀sán pé kẹ lọ phase 2 stealing from us and giving it to another. Mo kí ìyàwó Muhammed Muinat mo kí ẹ̀yìn tẹ̀tí darapọ̀ mọ́ wa. Ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ Ẹlẹ́mẹ̀ port in Port Harcourt Warri Kaduna gbogbo refinery òṣìṣẹ́ àdẹ́nu epo how come àwa náà ṣe ń dúró de Dangote refinery tó fi $90 billion tó lo Nàìjíríà as a kí ló máa ń pè ó fi Nàìjíríà ṣe guarantor. I mean how did we even get to where we are? Ní ọ̀kan ṣe sọ fún mi pé wọ́n fẹ́ gbẹ̀kú mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́ tí bá tẹ̀ rántí àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn gbà wọ́n kàn máa ń fẹ́ bí nínú ni. A ní ká lé ẹlẹ́yọ̀rọ̀ náà ká fi làpálàpá sílẹ̀ àdúrà ọ̀dẹ̀ ní ẹ ṣàbàmì gbà bẹ́ẹ̀ triple DRS. Sometimes you just sometimes when I just go back because èmi mọ background tó bá jẹ́ pé àwa fẹ́ make owó kò ń ṣe nísìlẹ̀ ṣe máa sọ pé fẹ́ make owó mo sọ fún yín ìyẹn mo ṣe máa lọ gbé àwọn picture àwọn reference jáde pé even pé mọ̀mísí mi tèmi náà ṣiṣẹ́ she was a secretary to late Chief Fayide. My mom was a secretary to this man. Kò ń gba bribe kò dẹ̀ ní fún ẹ bribe. Nígbà tí Nàìjíríà ṣe ń ṣiṣẹ́ nìyẹn but nígbà tí mọ̀mísí mi náà wá rí pé Nàìjíríà yóò ní dámọ́ 1991 ló sá lọ ìwọ́jà wa ń sọ fẹ́ mi pé kémi máa padà bọ̀ Nàìjíríà kájọjá Yorùbá nation mò ń bọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n mo ti dé tán tó bá yá gbogbo yìí máa bọ́ sí títì ẹ máa bọ́ sí títì tá máa protest gidi. Let's go back to the article. Kọ́lọ̀ bá wa fọ̀run kẹ́ gbogbo àwọn tó kú ní train attack ní last year kọ́lọ̀ tó bá wa fọ̀run kẹ́ àwọn tó ń kú lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá lélẹ́yìí ni wọ́n ti ń kú ní Korí ọjà àti Bisodun village àwọn village ẹ̀ka ti transform. Ṣé wọ́n mọ̀ pé village kan lè ní wáyé ṣé ìwọ làákàyọ̀ sọ fún mi pé village lélẹ́yìí ọ̀dẹ̀ bí village kan nísìn wọn náà pààyàn wọn jíyàn gbé wọn sọ fún mi pé ṣé jẹ́ bóde lélẹ́yìí no Okoko Michael ní Ajégúnlẹ̀ ni orí pé mo ṣẹ̀dẹ̀ Ajégúnlẹ̀ ni mo wà Ajégúnlẹ̀ ni mo wà. Ẹ̀yin ẹ máa jáde àwọn ilé pirate àwọn ilé wọn ti hijack ship látijọ́ Saturday wọn mọbi tó wà oríṣiríṣi ló ń lọ lágbàáyé èèyàn kan wá ń bi mí pé Koiki bo ni mo wà no ojú Ẹlẹ́gba ni mo dé. Ẹ máa bọ́ sí títì tẹ́ máa béèrè ẹ̀tọ́ yín ó mọ̀ pé village lélẹ̀ ṣé wọn sọ ṣé bí wọn náà ṣe rí context bẹ́ẹ̀ o rí pé village ni Koiki máa lọ yìí bíá náà ọ̀nà Scottish àwọn Scotland yẹn ló lọ àbí bo ló lọ ká máa béèrè ìbéèrè àbí ọ̀nà Wales ni Coventry ni anywhere ni mo lè lọ ṣọ́ sọ fún pé wọ́n restrict ni kí n máa move around ní UK kí ló ń pẹ́ lẹ́rìn Babátúndé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Ọlákúnlé ni bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Àgbàdo Ìjàyè lélẹ́yìí mo ṣẹ̀ dé sí Ifọ̀ wọn ka oríṣiríṣi kọ́rẹ́mẹ́ǹtì àwọn ẹlòmíì ò tẹ̀ mọ́ à ń sọ pé Jẹ̀bú Òde ẹlòmíì náà ní Jẹ̀bú Òde náà ni wọ́n nítorí pé ẹkùn kékeré nítorí ká máa fi lé àwọn politician wa ká gbé síwájú wọn kó lé wọn kó ya wọn sí tútù kó jẹ wọn ní tútù. Ẹ̀yà lọ túmọ̀ àwọn eléyìí náà kú kọ́lọ̀ fọ́ọ̀rùn kẹ ní sọ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ bíkọ́ àmọ́ tó tọwọ́ bọ̀ àwọn politician. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ parí ti bàbá yìí ẹ̀jẹ̀ kápọ̀ parí ti bàbá yìí náà. The new head àti kàbẹ̀yẹn, ó ní Chief Messac Otokiti Fáyidé. Kò sí ọ̀kan tó bí wọ́n nígbà yẹn pé ṣọ́mọ Èkó ni wọ́n, mọ́mì àbí ọmọ state wo ni wọ́n. Ṣé state wo mo kàn fẹ́? Èèyàn kankan béèrè pé state wo la ti wá. As long as you are working in that country. Nigeria ṣiṣẹ́ nígbà kan. Oye pé Nigeria ṣiṣẹ́. Nigeria was working to some extent. Nígbà tí Nigeria ṣiṣẹ́ lélẹ́yìí tí epo rọ̀bì sórí ìwọ ọ̀dọ́ tó gbọ́ràn tí mò ń bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ tó gbọ́ràn wá jókòó kó gbọ́ràn. Àwọn tí mọ̀ sí mi ṣiṣẹ́ tó ṣiṣẹ́ lélẹ̀ abẹ́ secretary níjọ́ náà lọ typewriter làwọn máa ń lò typewriter. Nísìnyí àwa ti ní pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ mọ̀ sí tèmi sì tún mọ bó ṣe ń lo computer. My mom went back láti lọ further education ẹ̀ nílùú láti lọ gba degree ẹ̀. Kódà torí mom sì tèmi padà sí university wàláì first born wa padà lọ sí university. Pé tí ìyá àwọn bá lè lọ kàwé sí kò sí kankan tó náà máa lọ kàwé sí. Ẹlòmíì wà ní UK yìí a ní alájà ṣé torí pé wọ́n á fún yín lówó lẹ́sẹ̀ lọ kàwé àwọn òmùgọ̀. Pọ̀ ọmọ pé ní bá lọ kàwé ó máa ní knowledge sí ni. Ìpele ọ̀wọ̀ wọn ní ọ̀wọ̀ ni bàbá yẹn ti wá ọlọ́ba wa fọ̀run kẹ àwọn ló ti tọ́ nìyẹn níjọ́ náà lọ́hùn. Àwọn tó fẹ́ àwọn ò wá mọ̀ pé gbogbo àwọn alábàáwọn ṣe yìí àwọn olórí burúkú Haúsá Fúlàní àtàwọn Gẹ̀ẹ́sì wọ́n ń gbà kan jẹ́ ni. Báwọn bàbá yìí ṣe good afternoon Prince Eze. I'm going to speak more English now because I believe when I say Prince Eze he doesn't understand Yoruba but I think I carry him along. Prince Eze, maybe you don't know, I don't know how long you've been listening. This man that you're looking right now, this was what my mother used to work for on behalf of this man, when Nigeria was still Nigeria. This man doesn't give bribe and he doesn't take bribe. I'm talking about in the 70s. His name is now late, he's dead. It was the OPEC, the OPEC, and you can call him, and add to the conversation. So that's where we are today. So I'm just telling my people that I might be known there is a backup. Cancel. So once again, is actually doing a backup. This man, my mom worked as a secretary. He doesn't give bribe and he doesn't take bribe. I'm talking about in the 70s. It was the OPEC, as at that time, my mom, they were using typewriter. So when people come and say, Koiki, you're a criminal, you're this, I say, no, you don't understand my background. If you know my background, my mom would have been a criminal by stealing from Nigeria during that time. Because this man was part of those that was in, part of the head. And at that time, the refinery is up to now, it's not working. And then when we talk, some idiot will come and tell me I should shut up, Nigeria. Do you know that Prince Eze, last year, she died last year. Up to this year, they are killing our people in Ogun State. And idiot people will come here and tell me, is Koiki, are you in Ogun State? Is this Ogun State? Does this look like Ogun State? This is a village here in UK. Hello, caller, you're live. Mad people all over the place.
Hello, Mr. Koiki, good afternoon.
A very good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, my name is Olu and I am also calling from United Kingdom.
I can see the number. You're welcome.
I would like to commend you for your great work and your devotion.
Thank you so much.
It's really a shame to find Nigeria as very resourceful and very blessed in terms of human resources in the position we are today. It's very shameful. But that notwithstanding, I think for me, I am of the opinion that most of the problems we face in the country today, why we have most of the Nigerian citizens outside Western countries and in some cases in third world countries, even worse than Nigeria. I think the problem should be apportioned to the citizens of the country itself, and most importantly, the people we have chosen to lead us as leaders. Regionalism in Nigeria has done nothing but cause so much havoc to our ways of life, because this is giving individuals to actually amass wealth at an unimaginable scale for themselves rather than for the benefit of the country and the population at large. Looking at the self-determined struggle and movement, I have always been a very strong observant of this movement. You know, I feel I'm a strong Yoruba man, okay, and I have always been very wary of supporting this movement. You know, I observe this. I observe the activities in this movement very closely, but you know, I just don't feel really strong-willed enough to also join the movement. You know, sometimes I am part of it. You know,
is it? Can I ask a question? Is it because maybe you are still having this hope in line that maybe Nigeria can work and this self-indigenous people, everything will just die down a little bit?
Oh, Nigeria, in my opinion, Nigeria, like you always say, Nigeria is on a time bomb. Okay, Nigeria has failed completely. If I would say, a lot of, all of the elderly people I have known all my life, who have close relation, who have been very optimistic about Nigerian turning around for good. They share and they strongly add on to this optimism, and they took that optimism to their graves. They all, you know, they wake up, oh, Nigeria is going to be good, Nigeria is going to be good, Nigeria is going to be good. But none of them ever lived to see the Nigeria
of that dream
they were optimistic about. None of them ever lived to see the Nigeria they believed would happen. So for me, it's not a matter of if Nigeria can still be good. I think for anyone who still think Nigeria under this setting can still be good, they are not far away from actually brainwashing themselves. The only way Nigeria can be good is to change the way the country is being ruled currently to a more realistic
condition,
fashion, and approach.
And do you think that is going to happen probably in our lifetime, even if we just leave the view and the Biafra and the Yoruba agitation? Do you think such will happen, and probably how long do you think it's going to happen?
Anything is happening, and everything is possible. I mean, as long as the right approach is taken. Okay? But I do feel the self agitation, I mean, the self-rule people are clamoring for, the self-rule movement being, champion. For me, I don't think that is the right approach to change the situation in ground. To me, I don't think it's the right approach.
So I believe you have some kind of approach. So I believe you have some kind of approach in mind. Is this something you can share with us?
Right. Thank you very much. I am not saying I may be entirely
No.
correct, right?
Oh, definitely.
But my view,
right.
My view as a person, we are in a 21st century where governance of people governance of a sovereign nation is considerably changed from the days where you have militias successfully taking over government and therefore changing the direction at which the state or a sovereign nation is being governed.
Malaysia is about 32 million, the 45th most populous country. Go ahead.
So, what I do think is, rather than clamoring for self-rule, I think the most realistic way, in my opinion, to have a new Nigeria is by creating a nationally political
party movement. Okay.
Rather than actually trying to secede from already well-established countries.
Okay.
I mean, for me, the end goal would be to actually eventually secede. But this has to be done in a very organized and efficient approach.
But if we look at what the Afenifere social cultural group and the Ohanise, because I had opportunity at least to meet with Ayo Adebanjo few times, and as much as they are not saying that they don't support Yoruba nation, but they're not saying that is the right way. They believe that we should go back to that regional system, and they've been pushing for that. They've been clamoring for that. Is that not also kind of a movement that have proved that that system is not going to allow, compared to what you're saying that, in 21st century, the approach that you are saying now, what is the difference between their own approach and the one that you are saying? Because they've actually endorsed even Tinubu at some point with the hope that Tinubu probably, we don't know, but maybe Tinubu will get there now and change the narrative, but nobody knows. But in terms of the regional system that they've been clamoring for, that has not happened. Maybe because they didn't get the power at the center, maybe that was the reason why. But they've always believed in that. What is the difference between that approach and your own approach as against our own approach?
Okay, thank you very much. I think talking about regionalism is as good as talking about restructuring Nigeria.
Which is what it stands for, yes.
Which is what I know. This is not what I stand for. If I hear you clearly.
No, I said which is what that stands for, because regional is going to give like a restructuring.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But they've actually they don't want that to happen, because asking for this regional or restructuring is not something that started 30 years ago. I'm sure you're aware of that.
Absolutely. Like I said, the power that be in Nigeria will never accept restructuring Nigeria, neither will they accept anything of Nigeria going back to regional system of government.
So what now gives you guarantee that that movement that you are talking about is going to give that new Nigeria?
Right, thank you very much. Because if you are talking about if you're talking about adopting regional system of government in Nigeria or restructuring Nigeria, you're still talking about these activities being allowed to take place under the political or under the current leadership of Nigeria government. In other words, under the presidency and the House of the Parliament, or of the National Assembly. Okay? But when you talk about nationalism movement, these are movements being championed by a group of people outside the government, to fight for a cause,
which is exactly what Showora is trying to do.
For me, I'm totally in support of this idea, because he would go. It's more realistic and more acceptable to the international community.
All right. Let me come in there, because we have to keep coming in, so that we can kind of get something out. I'm just reading a comment from Prince Ezima Inacho. He says, the caller only knows how to speak English. I'm sure you probably speak Yoruba as well. You're just hiding that. He calls and believes that Nigeria is a country. He also believes that the people choose the wrong leaders, even when it is obvious that rigging election was part of what the colonial master embedded in their enterprise limited in Nigeria. And we all know that the first ever election in Nigeria in 1959 was rigged by the British government to favor the North. Even the censor actually favored the North. I'm sure you're aware of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Listen, okay. I think for me to a large, to some extent, the international organizations and international community, especially in the Western countries, namely United Kingdom, America, are somehow, instrumental to the way Nigeria is being governed. But this is to a very little extent, in my own opinion.
Okay.
And why did I say this? I was having this discussion with a friend, okay?
Yeah.
Let me tell you, if you look at the Francophone countries, look at Ivory Coast and look at Benin Republic, for example.
Okay.
Their currency, the currencies they spend in their country is the French minted and completely controlled currencies by France. Okay? So therefore, this Francophone country, it is absolutely impossible for them to go to a third country to kind of negotiate some kind of economic business without the consent of France. Okay? Those are the and if you look at the aims and objectives of the Francophone, of the colonies, if you look at the aims and objectives of Francophone countries and the countries that are actually controlling this country, their aims and objective was to actually make these colonies more like the second home or the second organization of this country.
Yeah.
So they closely control what they do.
Okay.
But when you look at Anglophone countries, their aim and objective was very different.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And why am I bringing out this example? If Britain, for example, want to completely strangle all the economic activities in Nigeria, there is no way Nigeria would have been able to go to China and other countries
to negotiate some kind of other dealings. I'm listening.
Okay, and some other third countries as well. And if you look at the activities of Britain in Nigeria at the moment, it's completely cut down to what it used to be in the 90s. So for me, I still feel we are actually
in control.
For me, I think we are more of naive to still feel Britain is still completely in control of how Nigeria is being governed.
Okay. All right.
No, I believe if we take a very much more independent control of Nigeria, for example, it is absolutely possible to push Britain interference out of the country. For example, look at Jamaica, for example. Look at Jamaica. Jamaica brought to an end the idea of having the Queen as the head of state.
Yeah.
And what happened after that? Nothing. This is because these are people with strong will to take their own destiny into their hand, and they are striving forward.
Okay, so I've listened carefully to your very powerful view and engagement. But the question is,
is that not for us to say as well that, okay, rather than this, your own idea, is it not, why do we have to wait for the same international community? I'm now bringing it back to the self-determination now, to take it back into our own hands and then decide. But the reason why it's not happening is because of the Yoruba politicians that is still thinking that they have, the strength, they have the power, until our people are able to wake up one day and say, enough is enough. We can actually stop that, and they stop what is known as Nigeria. Because there was nothing called Nigeria, during the 17th century, and I'm sure you all know that very well. Because if you could be learned to this extent, I'm sure you know that the whole idea of Nigeria project started in 1900.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me tell you in my own view. Okay, the problem. I mean, a lot of us apportion the problem in Nigeria, even me as a person, to the excessive control of power by the north.
But okay, let's leave that alone. Why should we keep Nigeria? Let's talk about that area. Why should we keep Nigeria? Why should we want to save that word Nigeria, as against who we are, as indigenous people? Maybe that will then, broaden our scope. Why all these even trying to, this movement, this regional, this voting, why are we trying to save that country called Nigeria? For what reason? Knowing fully well that we are not even, who we are told we are. That identity, I'm sure you are a Yoruba man, I'm sure you're just speaking English, but you understand Yoruba, you eat a Yoruba food. Why should we keep Nigeria? I want to get your views on that. Yeah.
Because Nigeria is a sovereign nation.
No. It's not a sovereign nation. It was forced on us. We can't say Nigeria is a sovereign nation.
Let me tell you something. In the world we live in today, okay?
Yeah.
When a contract, okay, has been drawn and is being sanctioned to be legally binding.
Okay. I hope you're not saying that the contract in Nigeria is something that you're discussing right now. That is Nigeria is a contract.
No, Nigeria, either we like it or not, Nigeria is a sovereign nation.
Is a sovereign nation how? How did it get to a sovereign nation? Is what I want to, is what we are trying to dissolve. Yeah.
I can really, if you let me land, then you can get where I am coming from.
Okay.
You know my principle.
Yeah.
In my own view, Nigeria is a sovereign nation recognized by the international community, for example, like the United Nations. Okay? So it is going to be impossible, okay, for some kind of forces or element to come up to say they want to bring it to an end instantly. Okay? Don't get me wrong, okay? I am not saying Nigeria can be made to cease to exist, but there has to be formalities to this. Just like I was saying, if you draw up a contract with somebody, either this is done.
Okay, so all right. Can I come in then? So now, because Nigeria is a sovereign nation, under the fraudulent United Nations understanding, under the fraudulent America understanding, the G power, and that literally means that the indigenous people must do everything, whether, we want to abide with what they are saying or not. Is that what you're saying? So because Nigeria is a sovereign nation, that we know that the sovereign nation that you mentioned is a fraud on its own. Everybody knows
exactly.
that. Breaking it down is what you are concerned. You are trying to be concerned because you are saying that, it seems that, and that is why I said there's no way we're not going to get, there's going to be a civil war in Nigeria, whether we like it or not. We're all living in denial. And I'm sure you know that. Because the push that you are still pushing out there is quite understandable and is
Mr. Koiki, my analogy is this, okay? Either Nigeria is a fraudulent association, champion by some Western country for their selfish interest or whatever.
Okay.
This is our own opinion, but an organization like United Nations, which is standing as judge, it is completely now left to us for our case to be taken to the United Nations and other international organizations to prove our point, okay? And then a decision will finally be reached at the end of the day. Okay, if you look at it like this, let's say, for example, we are able to secede out of Nigeria and a new nation is created. Okay. What if we now get some manipulated element to come and infiltrate this new nation and they start in this?
But I'm sure myself and you we know that there will always be such in the mind, just as
exactly.
just as Tony Blair. Yeah.
Let me just say this.
Yes.
So if this manipulated element are used to infiltrate the new nation and then they begin to push for the dissolution of this country and able to achieve this.
Okay. All right. But I'm sure you know. I'm sure. Okay. All right. But I'm sure that you know that after the Soviet Union, those countries are still standing. So this is just presumption or assumption of yours. Let's get the new nation first and wait and see maybe such is going to happen. We cannot live in denial. As much as I love your very very, and that's why I've actually given you enough time without interrupting too much. And you've actually said a lot, but one thing we got to remember is the word sovereign nation in Nigeria is all lies. Everybody knows that. And we cannot wait until the American is going to decide for us. You've actually said that as well. So we have to decide. And if Nigeria does not allow itself to break peacefully, like we had in Soviet Union, everybody went their separate way. There was no fire around. We will end up coming up, maybe in another few years or months, and you will call into the program and say, Koiki, we shouldn't even have the government, because the government is actually, and I'm not talking about Buhari now, I'm talking about the whole system is pushing the country into the edge of the civil war, and I'm sure you know that. I'm sure you know that.
Bro, for me, this is a side attraction because I don't even know why a lot of us are taking the current situation.
I'm not talking about the current. That's why I said I'm not talking about Buhari now. I never talked about Buhari.
No.
Yeah.
No. The issue of genocide, the issue of some people encouraging or inciting genocide in Nigeria came about from the just concluded election.
Okay. That means you're not okay. I'm gonna let you go now. I'm gonna take more call because you didn't actually listen, because I said I've not included Buhari. I'm talking about the whole system from the 1960 independent of it is just waiting for a time bomb. But you are still going back to the election. I've not even talked about the election because I didn't factor election of today.
I didn't catch that.
I actually said, even without Buhari, maybe I should rephrase it. We all know that the country, if it continues like this, it's going to explode. And we all know that. Everybody knows that.
Everyone agrees that Nigeria is on the time bomb.
Okay. All right. At least we agree to something.
My assertion is Nigeria, and like I said to you, Nigeria is not working for anybody.
Okay.
Even being talking to you.
Well, if it's working for you, you'll probably be in Nigeria now. All right. Thank you so much. We've spent 25 minutes. Yeah.
Can I just give my closing speech?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just give my view is this: if we want Nigeria to break up, we need to start adopting the right approach, because the approach of forming an organization to straight away break up Nigeria is never going to work, and it will never do any good for any of us.
All right, thank you so much, and that's we want people like this to call in. Thank you so much for that 25 minutes, and this is why we have to continue to engage and have discussion like this. Don't come and call in and disrespect his views. That is the view that he believes. And that's why we have to continue to say that there are so many Nigerians, not literally because he believes Nigeria is not working. He's thinking that there might be a movement that could change the narrative. People don't want to support Sowore to get that revolution out, but eventually the country is going to explode. We're still going to go back to Chief late Chief Fayede Otokiti. He was a director of the Petroleum Resources in the Ministry of Mines and Power. He was actually seconded as the secretary of OPEC, when my mom would have been part of that as well. Maybe I would have been a billionaire by now, who knows? But this man doesn't give bribe and he doesn't take bribe. Hello, caller, it goes okay. Well, that is your view, but definitely he might disagree with you. But go ahead. Yeah.
Then that's to my defend Nigeria. Báwo làwọn èèyàn ṣe tí wọ́n bá rò pé wọ́n jẹ wọ́n ṣe ọmọ àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ mi. Àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ kan ló mà.
Never been nowhere in the I know the caller took about 25 minutes of our time. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Yes, sorry.
Gbogbo àwọn àgbàgbà ta ní lórílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá pátá tí wọ́n dẹ̀ dákẹ́. Mo ò mọ ibi tí Nàìjíríà ti ń lọ báyìí lẹ́yìn láti ìgbà tó ti dìbò náà kò sẹ́ni kan wọ́n náà tó ti rí ibi sọ̀rọ̀ láti jọ yìí. Tẹ́ ẹ bá dìde, tá a bá gbà fúnra wa, ìran yín kò kú ní ẹnìkan tó máa sọ orúkọ ọ̀rọ̀ yín mọ́ láyé tí ẹ bá dìde. Àwọn kan wà tí wọn ò lè dárúkọ ẹbí wọn lẹ́yìn Nàìjíríà tẹ́lẹ̀. Ẹ má ní kí ìran yín rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Tẹ́ ẹ bá dìde, tá a bá jà fúnra wa, ìran yín ní gbogbo ìdílé yín gbogbo ẹ̀yin àgbààgbà gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọba alálẹ̀ àbí ìdẹ̀bá.
Ìyẹn ti di dandan, definitely.
Alálẹ̀ àbí ìdẹ̀bá ẹ̀jọ̀ wá bí ìdẹ̀bá. Mo láwọn èèyàn sọ́fà ẹ̀dẹ̀ ìjòkó torí fámìlì ti ní Ọlọ́run ṣe ní olórí. Ó ṣe ní olórí kẹjà fẹ́ẹ̀tọ̀ ọmọ ènìyàn. Ẹ̀dẹ̀ ìjòkó ìyá ń jẹ àwọn ènìyàn. Àwọn èèyàn kúrò lójú wọn. Nígbà tí ó kàn yín ẹ̀ dìde, Ọlọ́run tó sọ ilé lórí. Àwọn tàná tó máa ṣe bẹ̀ sẹ́yìn lè tẹ̀ délé. Tó lè rọ ẹ̀yìn lọ́rùn. Ẹ wá sọra yín di wípé kò sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́. Àwa ọmọ náà ń pè, àwọn Elédùmarè pè, a máa pè é. Wọ́n máa pè é níjà. Àmọ́ ìrẹ́ yín ẹ̀ bá dìde.
We have the minds of so many. I mean, it's not literally because the last caller, not this one, the one before that lives in UK. Was in Nigeria. He actually run away from Nigeria now, so he's not going to come to Nigeria. But he's just giving his own views. Everybody knows that Nigeria is not going to be fixable. So, we can live in denial. It doesn't matter. I'm going to come back to this video, in just about a few minutes. Let's complete these. If Nigeria was meant to work for us, people like these, our late Chief Fayide, they would have probably been given all the opportunity, to make it happen. But there are also some elements within Nigeria and outside Nigeria that does not want it to work. It was seconded to more than 4 hours now. So I know we've done over 3 hours already, but at exactly 4 hours, I'm going to end the program because I'm going to come back again later on in the evening for Niger Voices. This is the background to Chief Fayide Masak Otokiti. He's a mining engineer, a petroleum consultant. He was born a few minutes ago. He was born on the 31st of March 1926 in Ipele, Owo, near Ondo State. Egbon's okay. We'll come back to get a little bit more about his background.
Please talk about guide and comedians. Killing this Nigeria. There are so many people even outside Nigeria that doesn't want the country to break. Not because they love Nigeria, not because they want it to be better for people, not because they don't know the country is bad, but for their own selfish interest. Atlanta.
Yeah.
I went to the Peter and we were talking. And this woman told me that she was in the Ministry of Finance, right? And she resigned in Nigeria. She left Nigeria since 1999. That she has there. You know what she was doing? She told me that from that 1999, this is 2020. This 2023, that was like 5 years ago, 2023. That was when the people intercept. This woman told me that till now, she told me that she was still collecting salary, that they were still paying salary.
1990.
What she
gba salary. Àwọn èèyàn dẹ̀ wá Nàìjíríà wọn àríṣẹ́ wọn wáṣẹ́
lára àwọn tí mo ti sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn èèyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ láàárọ̀ yìí báyìí tàlàbí. mo ní àwọn wà lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ wọ́n máa ń ṣe oríṣiríṣi àjò pé káwọn máa kúrò níbi iṣẹ́ yẹn mo ti sọ mọ́rọ̀ láàárọ̀ yìí.
Láti 1999 ó dẹ̀ ti ń ga salary dollar ìyá salary àkáǹtì Nàìjíríà every now and then owó yẹn wọlé that kind of a person ṣé ìyá máa fẹ́ kí Nàìjíríà àti àtúnwé náà bí ti ní sí Amẹ́ríkà
ọ̀pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀
she lives in America with her family
ọ̀pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀
and she still collecting salary since 1999.
ọ̀pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀
Can you imagine? So those kind of people when you are telling them about Nigeria breaking up they will never agree. Those are the people that will be telling people in Nigeria where the country will be getting better. Because they love. Anytime anybody calls and say Nigeria must beg them to carry their family and go back to that country. Thank you so much.
Ẹni tó sá lọ ní tó padà lọ Nàìjíríà nígbà tèmi náà sá lọ but it's easy for us to sit here and say Nigeria. I mean, like I said, everybody believe we're gonna come back to this video. Mo fẹ́ padà sọ́dọ̀ bàbá wa yìí the late Chief Fayede. Like I said, my mom, worked with him as a secretary, Nijono Long. And this is just the background of how educated Yoruba people are. Sori wo tó wà ní Nàìjíríà nísìnyí tó jẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá. Mo kí Yawa Le Ajayi, Yawa Esther, mo kí Dash Mayor TV, good afternoon. And I greet you, Alan Konde, and the rest of you as well. Yawa Abimbola, mo kí Abiola G. Penel. Olúwa Tọ́lá Mokin Ẹ̀gbọ́n and all the silent listener Bright Alabi Mokin Bonju Amosunṣẹ́gun Uchenna Uchechukwu. Ṣẹ́rí ẹ jẹ́ ká wo background bàbá yìí picture wọn lẹ̀ ń wò nísàlẹ̀ yẹn fún ẹ̀yin tí ẹ̀ ń follow wa picture alàgbà yẹn tí mo fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀. Ní ìjọ náà lọ́hùn tí kò tí pẹ́ in the 70s he was seconded as the Secretary General of OPEC. Wọ́n ní kí mọ̀ sí mi tẹ̀lé wọn lọ níjọ́ náà lọ́hùn. Mọ̀ sí mi ní kí ló ń ṣe ń bẹ̀. Àwọn ìyá táwọn ń tajà tó ń lọ káàkiri káwá lọ jókòó sójú kan. But ní 1991, mọ̀ sí mi wá realize pé no, ìlú Yorùbá ó yẹ káwọn ti kúrò. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wo background wọn. This is how well-read Yoruba people are. Kò ń ṣèlè láti ń kàwé. Ẹ mọ̀ pé Professor Banji Akintoye máa ń sọ. Lára in tí bàbá wọn lọ́wọ́ ṣe nìyẹn. But problem tó kàn ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé inú Nàìjíríà ni energy yẹn lọ sí ni because irú bàbá yìí nísìn irú energy nísìn inú ilẹ̀ Yorùbá lọ bá fi sí ẹ ti understand nísìn but òyìnbó ti rí wa tán ẹ jẹ́ ká sáré follow history wọn late Chief Fayede Otokiti. I hope I'm pronouncing the name very well. He's a mining engineer, a petroleum consultant that was born in March 31st. So in the next few days, probably 1926, Ipele Owo, Ondo State. He was married as children, education, government college, Ibadan. When those were government college, we're not talking about the shithole, secondary school that we have today. Okay? Government college then is not the government college of today. Between 1940 and 1945. Between 1940 and 1945. He came to Gabon School of Mines in Cornwall, in England. And between 1950 and 1953, he went to Imperial College of Science and Technology here in UK. I know where University of London is. So we have been traveling as Yoruba people before independence. The question is, they thought they were fixing Nigeria. If, as at that time, that we have this man, all the refinery are not working today. From there, he was appointed as the petroleum engineer under the Ministry of Mines and Power between 1970 and 1975. That was just 3 years before I was born into that contraction. Secretary General of the Organization of the Petroleum and Exporting Countries between 1975 and 1976. And like I said, if we now go back and ask ourselves, not that the system doesn't want to work, but they wanted to collapse it so that I see my see in the World Bank and be borrow money. And they will decide, the APR, they will decide our life for us. Let's go further. Chief Executive Petroleum Inspectorate, Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, between 1977 and 1978. Petroleum Consultant since 1978, Managing Director, Energy Publication Limited, Publisher of Nigerian Petroleum News, Lagos appointed board member, Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation since February 1989. Appointed chairman, Presidential Implementation Task Force for bitumen, the same bitumen that we talk about in Ondo State. Between June 1989, he had a National Honor Award Office of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But today, Nigeria cannot boast of a good refinery. Nigeria cannot boast of making life meaningful for Nigerians. We are still here today talking about all kind of different atrocities. Buhari swears in an ex-IGP Areshe as the PSA chairman. And you can see why they are playing our heads. So if we don't take it down, we will remain locked in this contraction. Let's leave his own side. Remember that there was a Lokuni last year. This one here, I think he died, is the peg. So the same thing, long. E wa compare àwọn bàbá ẹ̀ sáwọn jẹgúrú jẹrá ilé. This one, mo fẹ́ lọ wá orúkọ ilé. I think it was the one that died last year. Hey, imagine owó burúkú tó máa wà lọ́wọ́ ilé tó kù yìí. Kìnní kan, yeah, Bankido died last year. Mohammed Sanusi, I know he died. Yeah, I know he died last year. OPEC Mohammed Bankido died. Hey, imagine this man, Tokui. Let me open another one. All right, let's open this one. OPEC Secretary General Mohammed Bankido passed away. Last night, OPEC, this was, in last year, okay, mid-July. Last night, OPEC Secretary General Mohammed Sanusi Bankido passed away. Can we compare this one with this Yoruba man? Let me close this. Can you compare both of them? That is why we say we can never be one. Shall we compare late Chief M.O. Fayide pẹ̀lú Bankido? Because talk about this often, we know that. But at the end of the day, Bankido, Mohammed Bankido. Let's go and look at. And that's why we say to our people, Nigeria is not for us. Let's go and look at this Wikipedia. Mohammed Sanusi Bankido was a Nigerian politician from 1st of August 2016 until his death. He was the Secretary General of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Country. He helped to create the OPEC alliance between OPEC members and other producing countries. Bankido was born on the 20th of April 1959 in Yola. He completed his bachelor degree in political science from Ahmadu Bello University. His master business administration degree from the Southeastern University, Washington. Prior to his MBA, he earned a postgraduate diploma. Ẹ wá compare education boy ẹ jẹ́ ká compare pẹ̀lú man yìí. Ẹ rántí pé nígbà tá à ń wo education background bàbá ẹ̀, he actually went to study the job tí wọ́n fi sí. Ṣé a lè compare iṣẹ́ tí báyìí kọ́ in terms of education background? Can you compare it with Muhammadu Bankido? You can see that it is not today. It's just because that we have not been going in depth. Because I'm looking at his background, his early life and education. Can we compare his early life education with late Chief? Because let me take you back to Chief Fayede, mining engineer, a petroleum consultant. He was born on 31st of March 1926 in Ondo State. He then traveled, he studied in government college between 1940 and 1945. He went to Cambon School of Mine. So that means pé àwọn tí mo tó fẹ́ ṣe as an engineer. So he actually went straight into it. But this one now, you can tell is a political appointment. Sáré lọ ṣe postgraduate diploma in petroleum and economics in Oxford University. Just 1988, just to prepare them. Because if we look at into study, he studied political science at Ahmadu Bello University, compared to this man that actually went to Cornwall in England at the Imperial College of Science and Technology. He went further to University of London in 1959 to 1960. He was appointed the petroleum engineer, Ministry of Mines and Power. He was a chief petroleum engineer. Níbo la ti rí Bankido? Bankido never had any background in petroleum, but they just dropped him there. You can see that there has been the nepotism, the subjugation, and the same thing still apply, because as a Yoruba man, they will tell you the cutoff mark to get into Lagos State. Do you know that in Tombo Latin North, cutoff mark is smaller than what one in Lagos? A lot of Yoruba people that are Lagosian cannot get to University of Lagos. I know that because they're not for running. A lot of you cannot get to Unilag, because Unilag is not for you, but it's for those coming from the northern part of Nigeria. And if you're going to get to University of Lagos, you must find, if you are not very brilliant, then you will find your way to bribe somebody. Bankido na Babanla Barau. I know his children. Okay, somebody that knows him very well is talking now. So you can see the difference to what Nigeria. They were thinking that they were fixing Nigeria. I'm talking about the late Chief Fayede, compared to Bankido that just died. May so rest in peace, because but let's look at the background. How did somebody that studied political science, he had masters in business administration, but because they know that only Monica study postgraduate diploma in petroleum economics, and he ended up becoming the Secretary General of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting, while Chief Fayede started as an engineer in that sector. I'm being told again that during his tenure of office in Mines and Power, Ajaokuta steel industry was still working, because they were thinking that they wanted to fix Nigeria. I'm sure Spirit and Baba come and go, energy Yoruba. And the mistake that our current politicians are still doing it now, because our current politicians are criminals. They are making so much hell of money in the politics of Nigeria today, and they can easily kill, they can easily bribe, and that is why they are not interested to the breakup of Nigeria. Because àwọn bàbá yìí, àwọn rò pé Nigeria máa work. And just again look at the background. He started as a petroleum engineer at the Ministry of Mines and Power. He went on to become the chief petroleum engineer in the Ministry of Mines and Power. And from 1964 to 1970, he is the director of the petroleum resources. From 1970 to 1975, he went on to become the Secretary General of the Organization of the Petroleum. The same initiative of what he before he died. And today, how many Yoruba people are now even given the same opportunity inside the NNPC? Bankido began his career in 1982 at the Nigerian Mining Corporation. which he left in 1986 at the level of principal administrative officer. Shortly before leaving Nigerian Mining Corporation, he was hired as a special assistant to Rilwan Lukman, Nigerian Minister of Oil and Energy. Like I said, and you can go on and on and on. After completing his MBA, Bankido went on to spend much of his career in NNPC. He was the manager of different divisions, general manager of the London office. In 2007, he was appointed the coordinator of the special project, blah, 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 blah. But he's dead now. Don't know what happened to him. So, again, a year yesterday, we remember those killed at the Abuja Kaduna train attack. One of them is this our very beautiful sister called Dr. Chinelo Magafu, the only daughter of her parents. She was just almost traveling to Canada to start a new life, but Nigeria actually took her out. And a year after her death, in Ogun State, our people are still being kidnapped and killed. And this is the Nigeria of your dream. Mrs. Grace said, Nigeria has nothing to offer anyone, but some people refuse to realize it presently. Please do it before it is too late, because when it gets to that extent, then those who refuse or still defending that dirty country called Nigeria will have themselves to blame. And I hope we won't have ourselves to blame when we are telling you now that the country you love so much does not love you. And as I wind down this program, like I said, we all have the right to self-determination. Is the most easiest thing to say. But by Jade, if you have just joined earlier, we talked about Netanyahu, the protests in Jerusalem. Netanyahu has actually come out to say he does not want civil war in Jerusalem. And that is it again. Netanyahu. Let's get this one away. Netanyahu says here, and I quote, Netanyahu have now suspended the judicial reform. I will not lead Israel to civil war. Israel or civil war, because people are protesting right there. As I speak to you, people in France are still protesting because they're tired of Macron pension reform. We talked about that earlier as well. So, protest is not something we should be scared of. There's nothing called peaceful protest. It is called violent protest. How many minutes only left? 20 minutes. Let's just watch this video and I come back. It's just about 5 minutes. Let me release. Yep. I can mute my mic now.
Ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ohun tó dáa tí a lè sọ fún gbogbo àgbáyé pé àwa rèé o. But nígbà tó bá lọ sírú àwọn abúlé tọ̀dọ̀ tiwa tó bá lọ wà likely pé ìwà àti Fúlàní lẹ́jọ́ máa pàdé. Nígbà tí ìwà àti Fúlàní bá wá pàdé, wàá jí ẹ gbé tó bá pa ẹ́. Tó bá wá jí ẹ gbé, wọ́n máa béèrè fún ransom, pé ká wá san ransom. In tó máa wá ń yà mí lẹ́nu fún ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn ni pé tá bá ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá náà ní irú àwọn nǹkan tí ẹ̀ ń wò lẹ́yìn mi tó pọ̀ dáadáa. Bó bá lọ sí gbogbo òkè Ògùn, tó lọ sí Oǹdó, Kwara, Kogi, títí dé Ọ̀ṣun. But ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ò tí mọ ìdí pàtàkì gangan tí a ṣe ń fẹ́ òmìnira. Sórí òmìnira òun ni pé a fẹ́ gbara wa kúrò ní ọwọ́ àwọn ọ̀jẹ̀lú, àwọn tí wọ́n di ayé mẹ̀kúnnù mú, tí wọ́n mọ bí nǹkan ṣe rí ní gbogbo àgbáyé, torí àgbáyé dùn gan, àmọ́ ibi tí o bá mọ̀dé náà ló mọ̀dé. Koikimedia, bringing the world closer to your doorstep. Èmi á máa sọ ní gbogbo gbà pé ẹ jẹ́ ká gbé yẹ̀wò tó bá jẹ́ tòótọ́ ni a jẹ́ ìran ọmọ aládé ìran ọmọ aládé, kí ló dé tí a ṣe ń jẹ wá? Kí ló dé tó jẹ́ pé níta à ń ṣe dáadáa àmọ́ nínú Nàìjíríà à ṣe dáadáa? Ìdí ni pé Nàìjíríà ò kì í ṣe ìlú tí wọ́n sọ pé ó yẹ kó ṣiṣẹ́, nítorí pé ẹ̀yà oríṣiríṣi, èdè oríṣiríṣi ló ń bẹ nínú Nàìjíríà. Tí a bá ti tètè jágbọ́n Nàìjíríà ta kúrò nínú ẹ̀, but intẹ́ ẹ̀fẹ́ ni pé ẹ̀fẹ́ òtítọ́, irọ́ ni ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn fẹ́. Irọ́ yẹn dẹ̀ ni àwọn olóṣèlú tí wọ́n ti sọ fún yín pé Nàìjíríà ń ṣiṣẹ́. Àwa dá mọ̀ pé Nàìjíríà ń ṣiṣẹ́. Ìdí tá a dẹ̀ ṣe mọ̀ ni pé 1914 amalgamation tí ó kó gbogbo àpapọ̀, ẹ̀rí fi jẹ́ pé kingdom ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá kó tó di pé àwọn òyìnbó aláwọ̀ funfun dé. Nígbà tó dẹ̀ dé, àwọn ni wọ́n dá gbogbo kingdom yẹn nù tí wọ́n sọ di Nàìjíríà. Nigeria is not going to work. So if anybody is hoping that within the next 60 years, you will find development, progress, unity in one Nigeria, you are joking. First and foremost, there is no way Nigeria can work with so many reasons that we have discussed, and the reason why we want our own independent country. The Yoruba people have been around for thousands of years, and we will continue to be around. But if we remain in Nigeria, we are likely to go into extinction. And that is why we are saying the right to self-determination must be respected. Our right to self-determination must be allowed, because even the Scottish people have been asking for their right under the Union of the United Kingdom. But one thing is, if those that doesn't want to be part of Nigeria are not given their right, there will continue to be tension. There will continue to be, instability. Why not allow people to decide their fate, whether they want to remain in one union together or they would like to have their own separate independent country? My name is OLAMILEKAN, and as we continue to look at some of the so many reasons why we are saying we want to be out of Nigeria, we want the international community to also look at it from this angle. When countries that are smaller than Nigeria and they're running their own country, Netherlands, we look at, countries that are not even up to the population of the Yoruba people. The Yorubas are, not just asking for the right to self-determination because they are the indigenous people. And according to the United Nations, indigenous people must be given the right to self-determination. Koikimedia, bringing the world closer to your doorstep. One thing,
and that is as many of different engagements. There's another person that got missing. Maybe we should just, this young boy has been found, Kamsi. There's a guy called, I don't know him, I got to know him yesterday. I don't know whether they promote Yoruba Nation, but I'm a Yoruba Nabi. I'm a bit on what. One penny Ijoba Lande, according to those that knows him very well. I got to know him yesterday because on back end team, I post the lay. Yahweh Lele is a social media comedian known as Ganiu Kendi. Nigeria is a crime scene. I'm sure some of you have come across some of his comedy skit. Everybody should listen anyway. But anybody on Ishemo, skit. It's okay as long as you're making money out of it. But as we speak right now, that on the 26th, which is now almost 27, 28, 29, almost 3 days. Yeah, he's a Yoruba skit maker. I don't know whether he talks about Yoruba Nation, but just for the benefit of Ideba Mobitowa, Kolonja Kori.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Yoruba and his wife. My husband has been missing for the past 3 days. Please, I don't know what to do. Àti jẹ́ta, ọkọ mi ti kúrò nílé látàlẹ́ jẹ́ta, please. I don't know if you have any clue about him, if you say anything about him, if you notice anything about him before, please, you can contact me. You can send me message. He left his phone at home, so please, can you help me? I'm in station right now. I'm in station looking for him for the past 3 days now. Looking for him. Please, just shadow me and assist me. I've been looking for my husband for the past 3 days now. I'm in station. Please help me in the name of God. Thank you so much. You can contact me. You can send me message. You can.
Well, ẹni tó bá mọbi tó wà ẹ contact àwọn mọ̀lẹ́bí ẹ̀ wọ́n náà pè ní Ganiu Kehinde, popularly known as Ijoba Lande. That's all I can say. I hope you come out and also promote Yoruba Nation in its only 2 ways. Atiriti Zazu, I need to play more. Let me just play one more video from one of my archives. Bishende Jẹ̀bú Òde lélẹ̀ nígbà tí Azeez ní kí n bá wọn lọ wo fáàmù òun ní Jẹ̀bú Òde.
Gbogbo ìlú ló ní one opportunity or the other when it comes to tourism.
It now all depends on how you make use of it. Kò ń ṣe èyí tí àwọn Fúlàní, àwọn darandaran tó máa dẹran káàkiri ní 21st century when tó yẹ kọ́ ní farm tọ̀dọ̀ tí wọn ṣorí tí wọn náà wò lọ́yìn ẹ̀yìn mi. These are so many things táwa náà ní lọ́dọ̀ tiwa àmọ́ àrílò nítorí pé explore tàbá explore ni àbọ̀rọ̀ mú yẹn nísìn àwa náà ní oríṣiríṣi eléyìí but lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí ó kù sí èmi lọ́wọ́ ó kù sí wọ lọ́wọ́ tí à ń sọ pé kíran Yorùbá kó dá dúró ká kúrò nínú oko ẹrú ká lọ síbi tí a lè jayé àmọ́ ẹ sọ pé ẹ fẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ àwa dẹ̀ ní ká kúrò nínú ẹ̀ àwọn kan nínú
ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣì wà nínú ẹ̀. yóò rí àwa náà ní oríṣiríṣi òkè nílẹ̀ Yorùbá tó bá lọ sí òkè òkun but èmi máa kójọ́ kan ó máa yé ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà nílé ó kù díẹ̀ ní Koikimedia bringing the world closer back to your doorstep.
Yeah, Chooks, I actually saw the station, but okay, he actually, comment, the husband, whenever CSI posts something on Instagram. I don't know that anyway. But look at the station. This is meant to be a police station in 21st century. Look at the station. Look at the back view of that police station. Maybe does a lot of reports. By now, if the country was tech, CCTV would have picked up his location, even if he left his phone at home. But, how can people working in the station that look like that locate your husband whereabouts? And the same police are here, trying to extort, I don't know, maybe Zazu has committed a crime. But you can see Zazu here, so... This guy now, international madman. Well, he lives in the zoo. He hasn't denied it. He say, I live in the zoo. Remember that maybe I should just bring this as well. I was actually looking at the police station But you know, I didn't feel the energy of these skit comedians. Even somebody said they comment, they are scared, they don't want to talk about IGBOHO, Yoruba nation. It's all lies, you know. They're just trying to save the politician that also pay them, you know, back end money. But maybe we should, you know, Nnamdi Kanu told us Nigeria is a zoo, but Zazu is just finding out Nigeria is a zoo. Let's listen to this.
If you don't allow we Biafrans to go.
They don't want them to go, and we hate them. We don't like each other. You know, we are all different people, and let everybody conduct the referendum and go. And the Igbo people that wants to stay in Nigeria, they stay. But the one that wants to go, let us go. I know Yoruba people don't like Igbo people, so let everybody go their separate way. So Yoruba people can defend their constitution, and you know, if Igbo people wants to do business, because as far as we are concerned, you know, Igbo people are the ones going to take our land. But the criminal Lebanese, you know, some people, Yoruba, maybe now that I keep talking about them, some Yoruba people don't even know about them before. They don't know about them. I'm talking about, well, let's leave this family, you know. I pray they find their husband. I'm talking about Gilbert. I'll continue to talk about them. These are criminals. Imagine $65 million was returned by this man to federal government because do you know how much $65 million is? You won't know now. Maybe that would have fixed the police station for this woman looking for the husband. Look at the police station. How can this be a police station? Look at the police station. Look at the police station. Look at the back end of that police station. Look at it. Look at the police station. She's trying to hide. Look at the wall. Get the police station. In 21st century, look at the police station. Look at the police station. Look at police station. Look at it. Can you see police station? Police station that look like Amala joint. You know? Yeah, portable. Now the police are gonna pick him up. They're just not come and first. They're gonna come back for him. They're gonna deal with him. But Nnamdi Kanu already told us Nigeria is a zoo. Allow we Biafra to go. We don't like each other. Let them go. Let we go. No. Let's stay together. Let's say, you know, Zazu is just talking about zoo. The police station is a zoo. The police officer went to Zazu is a zoo.
That's Zoological Republic of.
Yeah, I mean, even Amala joint sometime now much better than the police station in Nigeria because they don't have money to fix. Look, police station this ruling, you know, somebody was, you know, picked up and I went there. Oh my God. That was the first time I was getting into the the big one. Police station, smelly. I took some pictures. My picture. I took picture of their toilet. You know, I had to do it discreetly though.
There will be a worse place than Somalia, and today it is happening. And if you have not applied for your Somalian visa, please try and do so. That's the Somali visa. Try and do so
area
as quickly as possible because the zoo.
Did you hear that? The zoo. So, and people were saying, Nnamdi Kanu, stop calling Nigeria a zoo. You're a madman. Stop calling Nigeria a zoo. But we now have our own Yoruba boy that is now saying the same thing. You know, let's say him. Zazu. I live in the zoo with Buhari and Tinubu and Sanwo-Olu. I live in the zoo. Only I work for APC. Contradictory. Idiot. He say, I'm a there's another video there. He said, I'm a liability to the federal government. Yeah. I don't think he knows what he's talking. He better run to Benin Republic before they pick him up. Because they will deal with him, especially for that video of disrespecting that criminal police in Enugu State. But this man was telling us, Nigeria is a zoo, but we are abusing him because he's not a Yoruba man. He's an Igbo man. We don't like Igbo people. We were abusing Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu, we are abusing him.
Look.
Try and do so as quickly as possible because
the zoo
is on the path.
Zazu no turn me to zoo as well, because the way me are the like a baboon as well. Me I no be baboon. I agree me to go to Nigeria to pay. But the way me try the bounce, I say I don't become baboon. Now you be baboon. Onyara, Onyoshi.
Of destruction.
Nigeria will be destroyed beyond human compression.
Impediment to Yoruba development. Is the impediment to Yoruba development. Without Nigeria, we will be where we are. 1962, we were far ahead of South Korea and North Korea. We were far ahead of China even. We had television before France. We had radio before South Africa. Now look at where we are today. I think it's a shame that even any Yoruba man can be talking about restructuring at this point in time. What are we restructuring? This country that is already shot to pieces? I don't think that's what we want. But they are always talking about giving Nigeria a chance. The patience of Yoruba with Nigeria has come to an end.
Well, Zazu, I live in the zoo. Babu, we play our own IGBOHO and then we go. Let's play Zazu one more. Zazu, Babu. Then they pick him now. They will drop him into DSS custody and they will be there in Abuja and lawyer will be eating money, corruption, everybody. You know? I wish him all the best in the zoo. When we are saying that there's a zoo, you didn't listen to it. Let's go and listen to you. Don't see IGBOHO and then we end the program and I'll be back at 6 o'clock for the Niger Voices. With the comment going on Instagram, let me read this one out. He live in the zoo, yeah, he live in the zoo. Thank you so much, everybody. It's 4 hours again. We'll be back. Rest it there. It's not easy. Not easy for her. Are you telling me? Mokiboboy, Maze Gold that cites you, all our silent listeners. Abiodun was you. Mr. Koiki, you don't feel kill us with all these jokes. I became much survive. Every day I have something to say. Last man standing media limit. I always have something to entertain you, and I like discussion. If you believe in one Nigeria, always call in. We'll tell you Nigeria is a joke. So I'm just looking for my anthem and we'll get the program complete out now. Yeah, I got it. Let me reduce the content. We'll see it. Yoruba. Let's continue to enlighten, educate our people. At 1:23 p.m., in just about 4 hours or so, at Mapadaway again. You have a great skill up. I live in the zoo, Babu. Let's go. Thank you so much. Ìgbàgbọ́ àti ìbẹ̀rù Ìwọ ni
ìmọ́lẹ̀ ìgbà adúláwọ̀ àwa ni. ẹ ṣé gan Mrs. Fọlákẹ́, mo kí ìyàwó Bridget, mo kí mọ̀ sí mi náà, mo kí Azeez tèmi ní Miami, Thomas Taiwo, Nurudeen and the rest of you, and all our silent listeners as usual. Instagram 30 cool, no, I think this is 4 hours. That means we have to go. Bye for now. And you very long. I got to play the audio and we end the broadcast. Bye for now. Have a very good afternoon. Odò agbéwà kò ní gbé ọ̀dàlẹ̀. Tó bá jẹ́ mi náà lọ dalẹ̀ bẹ̀ kò gbọ́dọ̀ gbé mi rárá. But one thing is, propaganda àti blackmailing ni kò lè work. That's all I can say.
Life is so funny. You come with nothing, then fight for everything, and later leave everything and go back with empty hand. God is powerful.
Bye for now.